3, 2.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to July's meeting of the BCP Planning Committee. Before we get down to business, I'll ask Democratic Services Officer to read out the housekeeping notice, please.
Thank you, Chair. Please note this meeting of the Planning Committee is being recorded by the Council for live broadcast and will be published on the website for a minimum of 6 months. The meeting can also be recorded or streamed for live or subsequent broadcast by members of the public, although ultimate discretion lies with the Chair in case of disruption. For those in the room, please note that if the fire alarm sounds, please exit the building by way of the nearest available signed fire exit route and make your way to the assembly points along Braidley Road under the flyover. Finally, please ensure background noise is kept to a minimum and mobile phones and other devices are turned off or switched to silent for the duration of the meeting. For those in the room, this includes turning off microphones and turning the volume down completely on your laptops. Thank you.
Thank you. So have we any apologies for absence?
We have apologies from Councillor Sharon Carr-Brown and Councillor Joe Clements, and substitute members. Councillor Patrick Canavan is here for Councillor Carr-Brown.
Thank you. So I'll now go around and ask all members of the committee to introduce themselves, their name and where they're councillor for. I'll start with myself. I'm Marion Lepedvin. I'm councillor for Newtown and Heatherlands Ward in Poole, and I'm chair of this committee and this meeting.
Paul Hilliard, councillor for Muddyford, Stampitt and West Highcliffe.
Matt Gillett, Talbot Woods.
Julian Martin, Boscombe West.
Patrick Cameron, substitute, Boscombe West.
Felicity Race, Oakdale Ward.
David Flagg, Burton Grange.
Michael Tarling, Christchurch Town.
Cameron Adams, Kinton.
John Challoner, Camford Cliffs.
Brian Hitchcock, Hamworthy.
Kate Salmon, Moordown.
Thank you, everybody. We also have various council officers present, either in person or online. You've already heard from the Democratic Services Officer. We have Alex Krushak, who is acting interim Head of Planning, David Hodges at the end, who is Interim Development Manager. Then we have Robert Firth, who's Team Leader of Legal Services. And in addition, there will be various planning officers who are presenting cases for the various items as we go through. Most of them will be online. So has any member of the committee got any declarations of interest? Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, on the application related to Herne Court, I'm a friend of the applicant, so I'll be recusing myself from the decision on that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? No. So the next item is number 4, the confirmation of the minutes of the meeting we had on June the 15th. Are you all happy, those of you who were on the committee on that occasion, happy that I sign these as an accurate record?
Agreed.
Thank you. I'll do that in a minute. Then we come on to number 5, public issues. After the presentation of each applicant, we will hear public speakers, followed by any ward councillors and other councillors who wish to speak. And we've got an addition to the protocol. In addition, the committee is asked to agree a technical amendment to paragraph 8.3 of the protocol as set out on the agenda sheet. This reflects the up provision regarding voting and call-in. So are members of the committee happy to agree that addition to the protocol? I can see lots of heads nodding. I'm not hearing anything. Given that we're online, it would be nice to hear. Thank you. Thank you. So that's agreed. So we have 8 applications to look at today, and I have agreed to make a slight change to the running order. I've had a request because of exceptional circumstances that we take as the first item 15 Branksea Close, which was due to be heard much later in the agenda. I've agreed to that, as I say, because of exceptional personal circumstances of one or more of the speakers. So we shall take that item first. It's actually numbered 6F on your agenda, but we'll take that as 6A in running order. So if we could have the presentation from...
Thank you, Chair. I'll present this item as the case officer is away. Thank you.
Yeah, I was trying to work out what it was.
There's somebody moving furniture or something.
Is that better? Excellent. Thank you. So the presentation skipped on the slide. So this is a householder application for alterations to this property at 15 Branksea Close in Poole. It follows on from an earlier planning permission, but proposes additional alterations to the property. So the location of the site, when it changes, let's try it that way. So the location of the site is in a small cul-de-sac in Branksea Close, just off Branksea Avenue in Hamworthy. And the areas characterised, immediate surrounding areas characterised by similar largely single stories, some with accommodation in the roof properties. And then within the wider area, you get a much more greater range of two-storey and single-storey and shallow tile properties. So this is the location plan of the property, and the extensions to the rear have already been approved as part of an earlier consent. And this application principally seeks to regularise some alterations that were made to the approved scheme during the development, but also proposes an additional dormer extension, which you'll see in the plans in a minute. You will see from the update that we recently received an amended plan shortly before the meeting. There were two aspects to that, one of which was just to confirm this surfacing area at the top right of the site plan that you can see is to be to a permeable surface so that it drains within the site, not onto the highway. And the second change you'll see relates into the use of the first floor accommodation. I'm going to take you through a series of slides which show the scheme. In each case, we're going to flip from what was an original approval at the top, the existing as-built situation as we are at the moment in the middle, and then the proposed scheme at the bottom. So principally, the change that you would see from this east elevation, which is the rear, is the addition of the dormer on the southern elevation. So yeah, going through on the south elevation, you can see what was originally approved at the top, what's currently built in the middle, and then the proposed scheme to add the dormer on the southern elevation and the additional roof lights in the rear extension, which were part of the first approval. So how it would look from the front is you would then see the dormer sticking out on the side on that south elevation. Would you be able to see that in the photos in a couple of minutes? And then on the north, largely unchanged from what was originally approved. The changes have mostly been to the other elevations of the property. So in terms of the floor plan, yes, we did. You'll be able to see that in terms of the overall footprint of the building, that's unchanged from the original consent. Chief aspect of this scheme is the addition of this dormer and the roof space accommodation. You'll see that this is now indicated to be as a bedroom. Hopefully, see my cursor, I might make it bigger in a minute. And also the application confirms that these roof lights serving this dormer will be high level, so they'll be 1.7 metres above the floor level, and the bedroom is also served by windows looking to the front and rear. So just going to pictures of the site, as you can see, most of the properties are at a similar height within the close, but there are instances where other properties, such as the neighbouring properties, have accommodation in the roof space and dormers. So dormers are not an uncommon feature, and certainly in the wider area, you'll be able to see in the top right photo how, by the time you go onto Branksea Road, there are two-storey properties in the surrounding area. Looking at the property just as built at the moment, so this is how the property stands at the moment, and you can see its relationship with the adjoining properties to either side. In the bottom right photo, that's looking at the back garden towards number 14. I hope I've got that correct, possibly number 16. And then looking at the rear of the site, whilst there's a number of windows on the side elevation of the building, what you can see is there's actually quite a high wall between the properties, which screens any possible views towards the neighbouring dwellings. So, Chair, this is a house order application. We accept that some changes have been made to the scheme during its construction. You need to consider the current application on its merits, which includes the additional dormer proposed. We've set out in our report why we consider the application to meet all our tests and our policies in terms of its impact on the character of the area and its impact on neighbouring properties, and therefore the application is recommended for approval.
Sorry, can I just highlight, Chair, that recommendation has been amended in your update sheet, so it's not what's set out on the agenda paper, which was delegated powers to say straight decision for you today, because the matters that were outstanding have now been sorted out before the meeting, so it's a straight decision for the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. For the clarification of members who haven't served on this committee before, the fact that it's part retrospective should not affect our judgment in any way. We take it as if it's, you know, the fact that they have started the work or done some of the work should not colour our judgment at all, either way. So have we any speakers? I know we have.
Thank you. Yes, we have 2 people who've registered to speak in the decade who will be sharing their 5-minute time slot. If you'd like to come forward, I don't know who's coming first.
My name is Paul Watkins. I live with my wife at number 14 Branksea Close, next door to number 15, the subject of this application. The point of our opposition to this application is the length and angle of the eaves, together with exposed rafters being completely out of character with the close. Branksea Close has 17 bungalows built in the late 50s, the last one finished in 1958. Most have been renovated and modernised to a greater or lesser extent. All have managed to do so, maintaining traditional and original character of the close. I spent over 40 years as a developer. Whenever we developed in a similar situation, we always had to do so in sympathy with the street scene and maintain its rhythm. This scheme completely disrupts the street scene. The planning officer report states, canopy above the main entrance has not been implemented, eaves overhang is longer. Define longer. There are no dimensions on the plan, but the eave scale, about 300 mil, at 1 foot in old money. The overhang of the built eave is 1300 to 1500 millimetres, 4 to 5 feet, and the guttering is yet to be added. Please see the photographs, not the ones shown there, the ones taken from the side. Not only is the eave hugely longer, it's not flat but follows the angles of the roof down and extends out like an alpine chalet. All the eaves in the close are about 300 to 350 millimetres, flat and closed. Again, the planning officer report refers to the eaves. They do not have a detrimental impact on the appearance of the application dwelling. Therefore, given the siting, height, mass, scale and design of the application dwelling house, it integrates well with other detached bungalows in close vicinity of the application site, and therefore the character and appearance of the street scene and wider surrounding areas preserved. I was stunned by the planning officer's comments. It integrates well with other detached bungalows in close vicinity. No, it doesn't. It's completely at odds with all the other bungalows. It goes on, and therefore the character and appearance of the street scene and its wider surroundings are preserved. No, it's not. It's destroyed. The building is completely out of character with the street scene. It doesn't preserve the surrounding area. It decimates it. As you will see from the comments from the applicants, a great majority of the people who live in the close agree. The owner of number 15 pays no attention to planning, just build what she wants, then keeps putting in retrospective applications, relying on the pool planning process to fail. What is the point of having planning laws if they're repeatedly ignored? There's a principle at stake here regarding the planning system. If approved, just build what you want, ignore the planning system, there are no consequences. Thank you very much.
The points I would like to bring to your consideration are the inaccuracy of the plans, the privacy and overlooking issues, and the impact of overdevelopment. The applicant has knowingly built in breach of the planning conditions. There are significant deviations with a deliberate failure to seek planning permission, despite having detailed knowledge of what is required. This application seeks to rectify all the breaches, however, it doesn't, as the plans submitted do not correspond with what has been built. The main reason the appeal was dismissed was because of the design of the roof, so the applicant is fully aware of the impact this roof has on the character of the close. The flat roof at the back of the property has a direct effect on me. The design of the roof is much larger than approved. The eaves protrude well beyond the exterior walls. The report states the roof is 10 centimetres wider than the approved plans. This is not the case. The gable window above the roof is substantially larger than is shown in the plans. The applicant gains access to this flat roof via unauthorised stairs and a first floor and climbed out of the gable window to stare into my property. This is not only an invasion of my privacy, but rather intimidating. A photo was included in my objection. The condition to prevent a balcony is inadequate, as this will not stop the applicant staring into my property. There should be a clear condition that the gable window is sealed and frosted. The plans were for a single story. As this applicant conveyed to planning, stairs would be unsuitable for me. Therefore, the gable window should not be used for any other purpose than light. The footprint of this dwelling is significantly large, taking up the majority of the plot. It is double the size of bungalows in the close, and by allowing this huge dormer, it would be an overdevelopment on something which is already overdeveloped. There is no mention of the side window of the dormer, which will give external views into my property. Again, a condition should be made for frosted glass. To conclude, I would like to leave the committee with one thought. If this development was submitted as a new application, it would never get planning permission. So why should it be approved retrospectively? Thank you.
So, Chair, there are no speakers registered in support of the application. Councillor Julie Bagwell is here as ward councillor.
Thank you. So Councillor Bagwell could come forward to the microphone.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for putting this as the first item on the agenda. My job is to work for my residents, and these residents are very aggrieved at what's been going on with number 15. I have a number of objections to this application, which are as follows. Overdevelopment, leaving insufficient amenity space. Over-dominance in the street scene due to substantially increased ridge height. Overbearing and overshadowing to neighbours' living rooms at the rear. Out of character in design, massing and excessive plot coverage. There seems to be a confusion of existing extensions, some authorised, past and present, applications, some retrospective. I would request that everyone looks at all that and the complexities of the site. It says wheelchair access. Wheelchairs won't be able to get down the side because it literally takes over the whole of the site. They can't even open the side door or side door. So it hits the wall as soon as she does. You mentioned the wall, and the wall is unsafe. It's with building policy now. Because it's definitely unsafe. It waves in the wind. I know that's not a planning issue. This has been going on for 5 years. The resident that owns number 15 is constantly doing this and ignoring what we say as a council. So I would just like you to listen to what my residents have said and myself. And I know that a lot of you have been to see it, which is really good. So thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bagwell. So now it's over to the committee to look at this application. First of all, questions, please. Questions of fact about the design, about the situation. This isn't the stage for expressing opinions. We'll come on to that later. This is just for factual questions. And I want to kick off, if I may, bearing in mind what we've already heard from the objectors and the ward councillor. Can you clarify how much we were told that the ridge is higher, by how much, if that is the case? The roof overhang, again, seems to be some dispute as to how much the overhang is. And also the plot coverage. Is the plot coverage, particularly at the side to side between 14 and 16, is that as originally agreed, or is it wider? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So this is probably the best way to see what was originally granted was an open canopy over the front elevation here. That hasn't been built. What's been built is a greater overhang of the eaves here, which the objector pointed out. So what that looks like in reality is that. So you can see that top left. So what you would have seen is a lesser overhang to that eaves and then a porch canopy sticking out on the original plan. From a planning assessment, our view is that the difference between that and that in the street scene is fairly nominal and doesn't cause us any issues in terms of compliance with our policies. So in terms of height of the building, height's unchanged. So our understanding is the ridge height is the same in all 3 schemes. So the building's not any taller, even with the proposed dormer. Dormer sits below the ridge height. And footprint. So footprint is, my understanding is footprint's unchanged. So when BCP granted the original permission, maybe actually Paul, but when the original planning permission was granted, in effect, we committed ourselves to this extent of development over the rear garden, and so the applicant has not extended that area, and that footprint we're already committed to, Chair.
Thank you. So the building is not, the main building, shall I call it, is not any wider than what was agreed in the original agreement. And the roof overhang, is it only at the front? I thought it was all round. It looked as though it was all round to me, from what I could see.
Yes. I just showed you the view from the front because hopefully that was an easier way to show how that is done. But it also applies if you look to the end of that elevation as well in that roof overhang, and then you can see that in these photographs at the back. So there's a deeper overhang there. But yes, my understanding is the footprint in here is what we were committed to on the original application, and therefore in terms of those distances to boundaries that you've heard, those are as previously approved.
Thank you. So
Yeah, I have 2 questions, Madam Chair. Firstly, has there been a request for planning enforcement regarding the, to the best knowledge of the?
Yes, my understanding is an active case, and so how it works is if we receive a complaint or as part of our ongoing dealings with an application, we realise there's potential breach, then we would have a case. The case will stay active until it's resolved. So, for example, were the site to gain planning permission and then the development completed in accordance with the plans, the enforcement case falls away. But we would keep the enforcement case running at this stage because potentially we've got unauthorised developments which haven't been regularised by a further planning permission or by alterations back to the original scheme.
So my question is, this application we're considering at the moment isn't seeking to regularise all the issues of the complaints concerned.
So it's part retrospective. So it's trying to regularise some of the changes that have been made to the fenestration. So you'll see that some of the window positions are in different to the previous approval, whilst also seeking approval for the additional dormer as well. So if the scheme's granted, then it's what's shown on the plans that they can build to, and it's what they would need to build to what's shown on the plans in order to the whole development to be lawful. So they would need to correct anything that wasn't in accordance with that further approved plan.
So one of the items we are not considering here is the oversized eaves, as I understand it.
No, that's different. That's different to the original approval. So if this scheme was granted, you would be granting planning permission for that overhang as shown, because it's shown on the current plans and it's as built.
Thank you. The second one is a comment made about the doors not opening, and you can see that certainly from the plans. Is this a material consideration for this application?
Our view is it's not a determining factor in this case.
Thank you. That's my question.
Councillor Rice.
Thank you. Just going back to the eaves. So in the footprint that you showed, does that include the overhanging eaves?
No. So how it will work in terms of a footprint plan like this, in terms of site plan or in the floor plans here, that's based on the walls. So any overhang would need to be shown on the elevations that it's shown just in here. So yeah, footprint is footprint in terms of where the wall positions are, and then the overhang needs to be shown on an elevation like that.
Can we show it on the site plan as well, maybe?
Yes, we do. So yes, a way to also understand it is in relation to this roof plan on here, where your overhang, I don't know if you can see, it's slightly fainter, but the line sits inside the outer line to show a wall position there.
And just with regards to the overhang then, does that, how does that affect planning in terms of the closeness to the boundary?
So the applicant's entitled to apply for what they want, which is what they've shown on this plan. It's within the bounds of their site. So they sign certificate A that they're the site owner. So it's within the curtilage of the property. They can propose to build up to and including the curtilage of the property, the boundaries. We just have to consider it against our policies in terms of its impact on neighbours, its appearance and character and the usual aspects. Any sort of further technical aspects may be picked up by building regs at a later stage.
On the building enforcement point that Councillor Tarling raised, what you're saying is if we approve this, that effectively goes away?
Not immediately, because the applicant has a planning permission which includes additional elements they haven't yet built. So as the property stands at the moment, it's not fully in compliant with the original planning permission. So if this consent is granted and then the applicant implements it and completes it, then effectively, yes, the enforcement case falls away. If it doesn't, then we have to go into a different scenario, which is not necessarily pertinent to your considerations of this application today.
That makes me nervous about that, because we're effectively giving the opportunity to take the building enforcement away, and we're not qualified to do that. So I would say at that point that does make is a factor in the decision.
So you're not fettering at any point the ability to take enforcement action. If you grant the permission doesn't get implemented. what we would have to then make an assessment on is it expedient for us to take enforcement action against the building as is at this point in time against the planning permission that they have as a fallback. So that's a planning judgment which we would make in conjunction with our enforcement colleagues. That has to be related to a planning harm. So is there a planning harm from the building as built, which, bearing in mind as a fallback position to the original planning consent, is of such harm that we need to enforce that. That might be in relation to an overlooking window or the like, something like that. But no, the ability to take enforcement action against the building as is still remains if the application is granted.
Okay, a couple more if I may. The window at the back, I don't think you mentioned it in your briefing. It was mentioned in the residents' complaints. It does look on the picture to be significantly larger. What are your comments on that?
In terms of this rear-facing window, you'll have seen from the earlier and from the photographs, a number of the properties have first floor accommodation. It's not unusual for first floor bedrooms and windows to face down gardens in this and have in effect an oblique outlook over neighbouring gardens. That's a very common residential relationship, and we would have difficulty in objecting to that on planning grounds.
And are we concerned about the comment that the lady can climb out and sit on the balcony that isn't a balcony and look into the neighbours? That will, because had it been proposed as a balcony, would that have changed our view on that?
Because I'm presenting, I can't flick back to the agenda, but I believe there's a condition to cover that. My understanding was apologies, this is where I need two screens so I can flick back and forth the agenda. Yes, so that's proposed condition 3, Chair.
So seeing as you've now got it in front of you.
Can I just make a further comment on that, just to try and be helpful? So, you know, what we're looking at in terms of that window that's facing to the rear is there's the views that are afforded from that window. So the person talking asked about whether that could be obscured or not, and what Mr. Hodges has set out in how we've gone through our assessment as officers is it's not an uncommon situation to have windows at first of all looking down gardens. So we think it's a very common situation. The second point was the use of that flat roof area. So we, I believe in the presentation you heard, a request was made that the window be sealed shut. We need to get the right balance in planning terms between making sure that we're protecting the amenities of those around development, but also making sure people are safe within a development that we grant planning permission for. So whilst we do not overlap with building regulations, it is likely that building regulations will require some form of safe egress from that part of the building if there were a fire. So we don't like to impose restrictions on windows opening unless we absolutely have to, because what we don't want is to have a situation where people are trapped inside buildings. So what we've done is we've imposed a condition to say that you cannot use that flat roof area as a balcony, and if that becomes an issue, we can take enforcement action against it. But we don't necessarily want to go as far as saying you must seal that window, because we're not qualified enough to know what impacts that might have on safe egress from the building in the case of a fire. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Alex. So my last one for now is, in the previous application, there was a specific mention not to use, I'm just trying to find it here, not to use the space, at no time shall be used to serve habitable occupation or use of the loft space. Why was that so specific and so strong, and yet we're prepared to take it away now?
So I think the issue is what we've got now is a proposal which uses that roof space with a design and an extension to the property. So what we've got to do is consider whether that has any harm. So the harm potentially is mainly around two aspects. One is the character and appearance of the area and the property, and then the impact on neighbours. So that might be its bulk or its privacy and those sorts of issues. So what we've got now, the reason for imposing that condition before, it predates my time, but my understanding of that would be that we retain control over that aspect. because potentially you can carry out some alterations without needing planning permission. What you've got now is a proposal which we're considering on its merits, and for the reasons set out in the report, our view is the impacts of that is acceptable. So sometimes we may want to control future development which might be carried out without planning permission, so we've got control over that in the future. So that would be my understanding of the reason for looking to control it back in the time.
Thank you. It was just I felt the wording was incredibly strong for just taking control of it.
Thank you, Chair. Just on regards to like character and street scene. So obviously looking at it, one of the things which strikes is the roof colour and the darkness compared to others. Is that, how do you interpret that in your analysis? Thank you.
So I think there's two things about that, Chair. One is that's my understanding is those materials are agreed as part of the original approval. The materials that you use are definitely a factor, and we should give due regard to that in terms of that potential impact that can have on the street scene. One of the issues that we do have to have regard to is that actually no planning permission is needed to render over these properties or replace their roofs with a different roofing material. So we only have that level of control on buildings like listed buildings, conservation areas. It's not uncommon, and it's a little bit distant, but in the top right photograph you can see how actually a property has been built at the junction with that sort of slate hanging on. It's a relevant factor, but it's evident that previously it was considered to be acceptable, and in the broader area certainly you'll see a wide variety of materials.
Councillor Rice.
Thank you. Just with regards to the flat roof again, and the dimensions of it, it was raised in one of the complaints that they felt it was different dimensions to what had been in the drawings, or possibly in these new drawings. Have you got any comments on that?
Again, yes. So my understanding is that the actual flat roof area isn't any greater than what was on the original scheme. So yes, I mean that's it basically.
And if the residents still had concerns about that, would it be through enforcement that they would ask for measurements?
Yes, absolutely. And certainly if the application was approved and they felt there'd been a breach with a condition about not using it as a seating area, then again, that would be a matter for enforcement.
Councillor Gillett.
Yeah, just looking at the plans, the dormer windows are said that they're going to be of sufficient height so that there's no overlooking. But when you actually sort of measure that up, it's about 5'6", and quite a lot of people are slightly taller than that. So would frosting be appropriate in that, do you think?
So a couple of things on that. So within the permitted development regulations, the government has set out at the 1.7, they consider it to be an acceptable height for a high level window to restrict views and privacy. So personally myself, I'm 1.67 meters, so that's actually physically above my head height. So Mr. Krzysiak's rather taller. But nonetheless, if the roof light's actually set into the roof slope, even if your eye level is taller than mine, actually all you're seeing out is sky. So the key issue about privacy is for the potential to overlook it into windows themselves, or actual sort of immediate private amenity spaces at the rear of a property. If it's got a distant view down to a shed at the bottom of the garden, the harm from that is lesser. So yes, it's very much an industry standard at 1.7 that we would apply typically as a condition to ensure a high level that restricts possible overlooking and privacy loss.
How do we get any faith that this person is going to do as we ask? because they've clearly ignored what we've said so far, what the previous committee has said. And obviously, if we give them more permission, and then they go a little bit further again, they'll be back here in a year or two's time with another one. So that, given their history, I think that's a concern we should consider.
So you need to judge the application on its merits, not on the behaviour of the applicant or their past behaviour, on your view on that. So it needs to be understood as any other application on what's shown on the plans and what are the impacts on that. If you grant the planning consent, they only have planning permission for what's shown on the plans. They don't have an entitlement to build something different. If they did build something different, again, we would have to take a view on that. What is the harm? We'll come back all the time to, is there a planning harm from what's been done? Because that will drive the expediency test of whether it's ever expedient to take enforcement action. So at all times, what we're looking at are the planning merits of it. If we had started with the post-war 1950s bungalow and we'd gone to what we got now, and that had been shown on the plans, if that had been acceptable all along, then we should grant planning permission. If there's a harm to it, we should take enforcement action against it.
I'm still coming back to the side access and the fact of doors not opening. But am I right in that you confirmed that actually was part of the existent planning permission, that the building is built is as close to the boundary as was granted permission for? That's a very convoluted sentence.
No, I understand what you mean. Yeah, yes. Yes, my understanding is it's not been built any closer to their side boundaries. There isn't a planning reason to retain a side access of a particular width. It's clearly convenient, but lots of people don't have a side access. They live in a terrace house. They have to deal with bins and using their back gardens in other ways. So it's not unusual. If someone's chosen to construct a bifold door that actually can't bifold out, it isn't really a planning concern for us, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like one follow-up, if I may. Do we know how wide that path is?
I'd have to try and scale it, but by the looks of where the garage is, I would say it's under a metre at that point. Yeah.
Because looking at the previous plan, it's supposed to be 900. So that, I just thought there is a number on there. I'd put that out.
Certainly looking at it, you just about walk down it, but you wouldn't get a wheelchair or anything like that. That appears to be all the questions. So we can open up now to comments. So who would like to set the ball rolling? Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. So it is obviously a difficult one because obviously it's not to the original plans from 2018 and add-ons, and we are where we are. But for me, the two aspects are the street scene and the amenities of neighbours. And what we've heard are it's slightly different pitch, it's slightly different colours, but there's scope in planning documents to allow that. And then with regard to amenity, we've heard that permitted developments could allow a person to do similar or worse overlooking to neighbours. So at least this is controlled. So on the face of it, it's there are obviously issues, but I think what we've heard explain the position of the report. Thank you.
Councillor Challoner.
Thank you, Chair. I'm always concerned when we're faced with retrospective applications, and I do wonder, and I do feel that one of the objectors had a valid point in so much as if this were being presented to us as a straight scheme initially, rather than a bolt-on to what they have, would we be looking to approve? And I mean, obviously, I'll wait to hear what other people have to say, but that certainly does sway my thinking, because if this just came as a brand new scheme to us in its entirety, I would certainly be concerned around the overdevelopment angle on that plot. Thank you.
Thank you.
So
You're very quiet today.
sorry. I think, having looked at it, I'm surprised that one of our predecessor committees a few years in Boroughpool allowed them to build a bungalow that filled virtually the entire plot. So to your point, I'm not sure we would approve it if it was put forward as a rebuild now. I thought the overhang does make it, there's not another overhang like that in that street scene, not in any of the rows near there that I could find. So I don't think it does fit the street scene. That's just to counter the street scene argument.
I must admit, looking at it, there were elements that I didn't feel appropriate, but actually going back to the existing planning permission, there are elements of that, not this current application. So we can't alter retrospectively. We can only look at what is not different from the agreed planning permission. So anyone want to make a move either way?
Thank you, Chair. So if
Sorry? Oh. Councillor Gitt. Tucked behind the screen.
Do my best to hide. I wonder if it'd be worth considering a condition about using the flat roof as a balcony within the enforcement.
There is a condition to that effect already in.
It's condition 3, Chairman.
Yeah. My concern is there's a difference between using it as a balcony formally, sitting out there, and just climbing out the window and having a look. And I don't know how we can restrict that. I mean, there was a suggestion of having it fixed shut, but I can appreciate the arguments against that. You can have a limiting on the opening but limited. I don't know whether that would be a feasible condition. I'm open to expert opinion on that one, expert advice.
Chair, I think what the conditions intended to restrict is the use of it more generally for anything other than just maintenance. So you wouldn't expect to climb out onto your roof for any other reason than for maintenance. So if we were made aware of a use for anything other than that, then we could pursue that over through enforcement to investigate further. But to date, we've applied that condition fairly regularly. I'm not aware of a situation where it's been found to be inadequate as a method of control.
You mean the no use as a balcony condition? Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, I think the question's just been answered. The point I was going to make about the maintenance use and access. Obviously, if there was things like deck chairs or pot plants put up there, you'd say that's probably not a maintenance issue. But going out once in a while to check your roof tiles haven't blown off is not it wouldn't be an unreasonable use of that terrace space or that roof space, sorry.
Sorry, Councillor Sam.
Thank you, Chair. I think there is obviously a level of concern around this business of how the flat roof is being used by the actual fact. Is there any reassurance that we can give to the neighbours that effective action could be taken if that condition was breached, in terms of someone climbing out of a window and standing on a roof, which has been reported by the objector as being intimidating?
I turn to the officers for opinion on that, advice, which I don't think they want to give.
Well, there's two issues. So I fully accept what members want is a degree of certainty that we've got teeth when it comes to doing something if there's a problem in the future. However, what we can't do is we can't prejudice the outcome of a future investigation. So we're treading on eggshells a little bit to try and give you that confidence, whereas not to tie ourselves in knots. I think there's a couple of things to look at in terms of that roof. So one is it somewhere that you're particularly going to want to sit on? So has it got a sea view? Is it somewhere that people are going to be encouraged to go and sit on? It's not that type of roof. It's not easy to get to, and also it's got a whopping great big window in it. So I think there's factors that we need to consider as to whether it's likely to be used in the way that's been raised as a concern. Notwithstanding that, if there is a situation in the future where it comes to our attention that it is being used in that way, the condition means we've got teeth. Under our local enforcement policy, what we will do in the first instance is engage with the owner of the property and explain to them there's a concern and ask them what they are going to do about it. Depending on whether we can resolve the matter sufficiently through informal means, if we cannot do that, then because of the condition, we would have sufficient teeth to go back and do formal action to take control of it. But we would follow our own policy, which is informal first, try and find a negotiated outcome to make sure we're addressing the concern, but we do have teeth if there is a condition in place to take formal action if necessary. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So back to Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, on the basis I can see no material considerations that we should not allow it, I propose approval as set out. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that? Oh, we've got two. I think I saw Councillor Martin first, but Councillor Rice was sort of neck and neck. Do you wish to speak?
Just wanted to second it, that's all.
We have a proposal that's been seconded that we accept. So we move to the vote. So if you think...
Chairman, sorry, just before we move to the vote, I've just noticed a typo in condition 3, in fact, should include England order. So if you're happy to include that in the recommendation.
Sorry, can you
It's
repeat
a typo, Chairman, in
Yeah.
condition 3, it should just refer to the England order. It's a minor issue,
Right.
but having picked it up, perhaps it can just be incorporated and power give the officer to change that. That's fine.
Okay, thank you. So if you note that. So if you think this application should be approved, vote for. If you think it should be turned down, vote against or abstain, as the case may be. So we do it by show of hands. So those who wish to vote for this application.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Four.
And abstentions.
1, 2, 3.
So by my reckoning, that has been passed by 6 to 4 and 3 abstentions, I think. Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you to those who spoke, and we move on now to the original 6A.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members.
The application for 257 to 259 Bellevue Road, Bournemouth. And I think the officer's going to be online for this. Sure.
That's
sure he
correct,
is.
Chair. Yeah. Can you see the screen, Chair?
I can. You're quite quiet.
Can you hear me better now? My microphone's in front of my mouth.
Right. It's still not brilliant, but if that's the best we can do, we'll live with it.
I'll talk loudly. Would that be okay?
Good idea.
If I talk louder, can you hear me a bit better now?
That's better.
Okay. Good morning, Chair. What we have before us today is, as you say, the application for 257 to 259 Bellevue Road. This is an outline planning submission to erect a block of 13 dwellings with associated access parking, bin and cycle storage, involving the demolition of the existing buildings, with landscaping being a reserved matter. I'm aware that we're a new committee, so if you need to explain outline permissions or anything like that, I'm happy to do so later. As originally submitted, the proposal had 14 units and included a larger red outline. The application has been called in because the number of representations received exceeds the scheme of delegated powers, and also a ward councillor has called it in for the reasons given in the report. The application site is on the southwest side of Bellevue Road. Vehicle access is currently possible from the same road. A pair of plain detached two-storey houses comprises the site, in use as flats, most likely lawfully, though no lawful planning history exists, they've never applied to regularise it. but online street photography implies that they've been in use for a reasonable period of time that probably exempts them from enforcement. On the street, the land falls away to the west and rises to the east. The adjacent buildings comprise grander 2- and 3-storey buildings with wider frontages. There's a tendency for detached buildings in the area, though, as a pair of semi-detached dwellings exist immediately to the west in 261 to 263. 255 on the other side exists as a care home, and historically, I think it was a doctor's surgery. In 2008, an appeal was allowed, giving permission to a similarly sized 14-flat scheme. I'm just going to give you a quick view of that for now, because I have some comparison slides later on in the presentation which I can talk you through should be needed, and they're on side by side on the screen. So that's the appeal from 2008 that was allowed. The surrounding homes comprise medium to large 3- and 2-storey detached dwellings with pronounced roofs. This slide here shows there are a pronounced number of flatted developments in the local area. Some of them are conversions, some of them are purpose-built, some of them are demolitions and rebuilds. To the rear of the site, at the bottom of this slide, are 7 and 9 Southlands Avenue. The distances between the rear-facing windows of number 7 and number 9 Southlands Avenue and those in the rear of the proposed range, sorry, in terms of the rear of the proposal, range between 36 and 40 metres, which would be well in excess of the typical 21-metre interface distance that the council and other councils across the country comply with. Just to look at this slide here, what we're looking at here, the C and B are the distances between the rear-facing windows of the new development, not the existing development. And on the left here, these are the figures. So we've got 40 metres and 36 metres to the lines. This is copied across from the drawings just to give an indication. The report has the full details in. Looking in the back garden of 257 towards number 9 and the rear of 261 or 259 towards number 7, you can see there is some tree cover. Now, back in 2008, there was an additional tree which has since been removed, which is number 9 has now a view through. But those distances are almost double the minimum requirements of 21. Looking towards 255 on the boundary, it has evergreen trees down the side. And as you can see towards the back, there are further trees. Sorry, my presentation's gone slightly out of sync, Chair. Along the boundary with 255, we can see some windows. Now, this is from the care home. The ground floor areas, there is an existing planning permission, and I have plans for that, where there were some changes to the ground floor areas. This window at first floor lights a hallway. This window at the top is a bedroom, but it's a secondary window to this main window on the frontage. On the ground floor, it's kitchen and staff areas. There's permission to change this door here, which is an access for staff, into a window. And there was some approval on plans for conversion for this for staff areas and laundry, but that doesn't appear to have happened as the door's still there. On the other side, number 261 has changed since the 2008 appeal. So on the left, we have a street photograph from Google showing 2009, where there was no extension. As you can see, there were some windows on this at both floors. There was a planning permission that was approved for a 2-storey side extension and part rear. That was before the appeal. That's been enacted. And in 2012, that's the first time it appears on the Google Street photographs. Okay. This is just the context before we get to the actual development. And looking down the side of 261, you can see there is a window into the garage. There's also a bathroom window because that's frosted there. And looking at the back of the house, you see 261 has been extended. So our site's here on the left. Interestingly, you were talking about rooftop balconies and so on. This property here, 261, appears to, the planning commission didn't give permission for rooftop balconies, but they have appeared, and I can't find any planning history for them, though they may well be exempt from enforcement because street photos show them being there probably for long enough. So that's something, just a context here. So to the proposal. What we have before us, can everyone still hear me okay? Is the voice loud enough, Chair?
That's fine.
Yeah. So what we have before us is an outline planning permission to demolish all the buildings on site and erect in their place a single block of 13 homes set principally over 3 floors with one of them forming a 2-floor house on the rear elevation. So originally it came in as 14 flats. They rejigged the scheme following some discussions, and what was a single-story flat, 2 single-story flats to the rear became 1 single duplex house. So it still looks the similar scale from the outside, but it's now a purpose-built house on the back. It seeks to reserve the matters regarding landscaping, with access, appearance, layout and scale all forming part of this submission. As I said, there have been changes since it was submitted. The tables in paragraph 7 of the planning report compare the heights of the proposal against adjacent development and the previous permission. This is a layout of the site as proposed. Car and cycle parking is proposed to the rear, and the provision accords with the adopted parking standards of the SPD from 2021. The drop curbs at the frontage will be reconfigured with some elements removed to facilitate bin storage and make pedestrian passage safer. Bin storage will be underground with surface openings at the front of the site in accordance with the Combined Waste Authority guidance. So this would be bin stores that are hoisted mechanically to the surface, and the Euro bins are then wheeled for collection at curbside. This is an emerging solution to sites across the council area, and there are several that have been built out. There are further ones that have been approved on plan, and it's a bit more of a dynamic solution than having a bin store on the side that needs shutters running up and down. Previously, bin store was to the side on the appeal, and I'll show you that later. Building will be set in from the boundaries, and space for landscaping is shown, though it's not detailed in explicit detail at this stage because it's outlined, that is reserved. Interface distances to the rear, as I said, exceed policy minimum guidance by a considerable degree. Just a manual page change there. Elevation-wise, proposed windows to the side are limited in number, and any privacy issues can be satisfactorily controlled by obscure glazing conditions. I have slides that compare these proposals with the scheme approved at appeal, but to avoid confusion, I've kept those separate to later in the presentation. We consider the height, scale and design to be appropriate and improvement on the scheme allowed on appeal. The blue on this screen here is showing you the existing houses to give you a comparison with what is currently on site and what is being proposed. In terms of internal layout, each of the flats and the house all meet the minimum national space standards. The stacking works, and stacking is bedroom over bedroom, kitchen over kitchen. So there's no conflict with people perhaps having a party in a kitchen and living room and then keeping the people below awake in their bedroom. So the stacking works well. Lighting from windows, access and storage is all satisfactory, which is another word for acceptable, policy compliant. The flats will be accessed from the front door here, and the house will be accessed from the rear at the back independently. This is a quick slide just showing some of the bin store details, what members may have seen on other sites around the borough. Access for pedestrians to the frontage, shared surface to the side to be controlled by condition to make sure it's demarcated properly. Cycle storage to the rear here, 6 parking spaces, 3 of them are active active charging, which means they're wired and ready to go with sockets. The passive points mean that they're conduited ready, but they're not cabled. So that's what the policy requires, so that they can be fitted out that way in the future as more people transition over to EV cars. Tree-wise, some of the objections of reported trees. Here's an aerial photograph on the top left of the slide, giving a linkage to the developer's plan tree survey. Obviously, this is a Google photograph, so not necessarily as up to date. But we do have T6 here, which is one of the TPO trees, and T5, which is one of the TPO trees. T6 is on site, T5 is off site. The trees along this boundary here are in the number 255's domain. The red trees are for removal. Now we call them trees, but the tree officer is satisfied that some of those don't actually meet the definition of tree because they're multi-stemmed at a lower level and actually come under the definition of shrub. So whilst I've marked here that these 9 trees are being removed, the number of trees being removed is actually something like 5, 6. So we're getting a replacement for those on site. None of those small trees being removed are considered valuable or worthwhile in quality terms, and their health is not anything above a quality C. So to replace those, they're all small samples, to replace them with new trees is considered an equitable balance on that. So with reference to paragraphs 127 to 138 of the report, the development does satisfy all policy requirements, subject to conditions would have no unacceptable harms or impacts on any of the matters addressed in the report. The proposal would fully accord with the local development plan policies and benefit the local area. Approval is recommended, subject to the list of conditions set out in the report and the unilateral undertaking for Heathlands payments. This concludes my presentation on the proposal, but if members feel it appropriate at this point, I can refer to paragraph 48 of the report, which talks about the appeal, and do the very brief 6-slide presentation on the appeal for comparison. But Chair, I'll wait for you to tell me if that's what you want me to do.
Thank you, Mr. Ginley. So do we have any other speakers registered?
Yes, Chair, I have 2 speakers registered in objection, both by way of a written statement. So the first is from Peter Watkin. Dear Committee, this letter is my objection to the above application and the reasons why. 257 and 259 are properties sited within a tranquil, peaceful residential estate that currently enjoys typical suburban levels of privacy and nocturnal light levels and no artificial noise pollution. It comprises of 9 properties in Southlands Avenue, 3 properties in the Broadway and 9 properties in Bellevue Road, all with the rear gardens facing each other and none of them having parking at the bottom of their gardens. I believe a precedent was set in 2002/3 when the planning department refused permission for a 3-storey extension to my property, that decision being upheld by the planning inspectorate in Bristol. Details of this are in my first objection. The prime objector, the owner of 257-259, on the grounds of 1, overdevelopment, 2, overlooking and loss of privacy, 3, loss of light and overshadowing bulk and mass, 4, affect adversely the visual amenity of the locality, all upheld by the inspectorate, and 5, parking, the inspectorate disagreeing on that objection. Following further discussions with the planning department, I reluctantly agreed to scale back my plans and agreement was reached. The application submitted for 257-259 far exceeds my application, going past the building line of my property by almost double. This was denied to me, precedent set. Therefore, my objections are on the grounds of 1, overlooking and privacy, 2, loss of light with major overshadowing, intrusive, domineering and overbearing, 3, parking, losing green space to hard standing, parking could be accommodated at the front, 4, highway safety entering Bellevue Road, 5, noise pollution from extra cars including visitors, engine starting, doors slamming, alarms and radios, etc. 6, the layout and density. 7, loss of trees, shrubs, plants, lawns, flowers affecting the visual amenity. 8, adverse effect on the varied wildlife frequenting the area, including birds, squirrels, hedgehogs, bats, foxes, stag beetles, sand lizards, and all manner of insects. 9, artificial light pollution from the drive and parking area not specified. 10, parking, the unnecessary effect of extra cars having to park in oversubscribed roads around the area, double yellow lines, stop parking in the road. 11, previous planning decisions outlined above. In conclusion, the proposed development is a massive overdevelopment and needs to be scaled back even more to blend in with the properties within the estate as described. The Human Rights Act, Protocol 1, Article 1, states that a person has the right to peaceful enjoyment of all their possessions, which includes the home and other land. Additionally, Article 8 states a person has the right to respect for his private life, his home and his correspondence, a site visit prior to a decision. Mr. Peter Watkin, 261 Bellevue Road. And the second statement is from Sue Brown. In respect of the planning application for 13 apartments to be built at the above property, I strongly object to this proposal on the following grounds. I live at Compton Court Retirement Apartments, which is 247 Bellevue Road, which is only 3 houses from here. If you have intentions of building affordable housing, which we desperately need, then this would be acceptable and the existing tenants, who have been living there for many years, would not be made homeless. The increased amount of noise from the demolition of the properties and building of the apartment block is detrimental to our retirement block, as well as the nursing home at 255. In addition, the increased amount of traffic on an already busy road The extra people using local schools and doctors and lack of parking is an accident waiting to happen. There is not enough parking and visitors to Compton Court have to park opposite in Foxholes Road and Old Priory Road or at the back of Southlands or Sunnylands Roads. Where are the people who move into the proposed development supposed to park? Also, many of the residents will have cars. Hoping you will reconsider the decision and refuse the planning application. There is someone registered in support. That's Chris Meal on behalf of the applicant, and he's here in person.
Good morning, members. My name is Chris Mill and I'm an Associate Director at Pure Town Planning. I'm here speaking in support of the proposal on behalf of the applicant Harlequin Homes. I am a Chartered Town Planner with over 10 years of experience, which includes a 2-year period where I was a planning inspector responsible for determining planning appeals on behalf of the Secretary of State. The application before you today has been recommended for approval by your officers, and I wish to outline the main considerations why I feel that members should proceed to grant permission in line with this recommendation. Before doing so, I would like to take the opportunity to thank Mr. Genley and your legal officers for the professional way in which they've handled this application over the past 6 months. In addition, I would like to commend the quality of the officer report. As you've heard from the presentation, permission was granted at appeal in 2008 to erect 14 flats at the site. The permission was not implemented, but the inspector's decision is a material planning consideration, which must be afforded significant weight in the determination of the current application. Prior to the submission of the latest application, our first step was to review the approved plans from 2008 and look at what we could do to improve the previous scheme for the benefit of the local area, neighbouring residents and future occupants. The footprint of the initial submission aligned closely with the previously approved scheme and would have delivered 14 flats with a vastly improved design approach. Following discussions with your planning officer, we made additional positive changes to the scheme to further improve the overall development and submitted amended plans which have resulted in the reduction to 13 units. This is the application before you today. These changes include improvements to the internal layout of the development to provide a greater proportion of 2-bed flats, including the self-contained duplex unit at the rear with a private garden that could be suitable for a young family. Also, positive changes were made to the footprint and roof form to break up the massing of the building. As a result of these changes, the built form is stepped in at both sides at the central part of the building, whilst the roof form has 3 distinctive tiers. Collectively, these changes break up the massing of the building and provide important articulation. The main issues related to the consideration of the application are as follows. Firstly, principle of development. The site is located in a sustainable location close to local services and facilities, including high-frequency public transport. Your development plan directs new housing development to these locations, and the delivery of 13 units here will boost the council's housing supply. The existing buildings are in use as flats, so there is no conflict with the council's policy which seeks to protect small family homes. In terms of character and appearance, the local area has a mixed character which includes large houses and modern flatted blocks. The bulk scale, mass and appearance of the proposal has been informed by other traditional interwar developments along Bellevue Road, and this ensures the proposal responds positively to the character of the area. Concerns have been expressed by a number of local residents that the proposal is an overdevelopment of the site, and this would not be the case. The development makes effective use of underutilised land and provides housing for a mixed demographic, including first-time buyers, in an area where land supply is constrained. This approach is consistent with government policy within the MPPF. Thirdly, living conditions. The position and scale of the building ensures that the proposal would have no oppressive or overbearing impacts on the occupiers of neighbouring dwellings, whilst obscure glazing and the careful placement of windows would safeguard the privacy of the occupiers of neighbouring properties and their rear gardens. In terms of living conditions for future occupiers, all flats are compliant with the government's national space standards and provide high quality living conditions. Finally, highway safety. The amount of vehicle and cycle parking is compliant with the council's adopted standards, and the council's highway department have no objection to the scheme. So, councillors, in summary, the development would help the council to meet its housing needs by delivering 13 flats in a sustainable location. The MPPF explains that great weight should be given to the benefits of using suitable sites within existing settlements to provide new homes. This would be achieved by the proposed development while safeguarding the character of the area and neighbouring amenity. Therefore, I hope you agree with your officer's recommendation to grant permission and vote in favour of approving the scheme. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We also have a ward councillor, Councillor Bernadette Nanavo, if you'd like to come forward.
Good morning, everybody. The development proposed here is very common in our ward due to the lack of available land, but it's the kind of development that's very unpopular with residents. I've therefore been asked to come and point out a few important issues to the committee on behalf of the residents who cannot be here today. One, this development involves the demolition of two perfectly good properties, which means contributing to landfill, which we all know has a massive detrimental impact on the environment. If the application was for a cluster of two-storey small family homes with adequate parking that fit within the definition of CS19, there would not be the same opposition. But we don't need more luxury apartments with no affordable housing, no shared ownership, and will do nothing to house local families. Number two, this development breaches CS 22.3, which states that new developments will be permitted if they do not harm local amenity or living conditions. This development will definitely harm the living conditions of the residents surrounding it. Mr. Watkin, for example, and his daughter next door have asthma and will be adversely affected by the dust from the development, as well as the increased traffic in the area in future. Number three, it breaches policy CS41 in its design, as it is too large for the site, and the bulk and mass is so much greater than surrounding properties. It will overshadow the gardens of 261 and 255 and on the other side, and has windows overlooking neighbours on all sides, resulting in loss of privacy, extra noise, light pollution, and does not respect the site and its surrounding areas. Harmful overlooking is covered in the current local plan 337-1. The lack of parking has been covered by others, but we believe that this will contribute to pollution, CS38, with residents driving around trying to find space in all the local roads, which are already very congested because there's a lot of apartment blocks in this area. I don't know if they were there in 2008, but there's certainly quite a lot now, and they don't have adequate parking. Number five, the destruction of mature trees, which will not be replaced. The tree report identifies only 2 trees that are to be retained because of the TPOs. All the rest are to be removed, some of which are evergreens. The tree report says that some of these trees are showing signs of upper canopy dieback, but the trees marked for removal look very healthy, so we question the accuracy of the tree report. Ash trees can live up to 300 years and lime trees to 100 years. Therefore, we request that an independent tree report is carried out. Also on the tree report, there was a statement saying, low probability of bats. Bats and newts have been seen nearby, and we request an ecological survey to be carried out before any decision is made. Then there's the human cost of this development. The residents in these buildings who have lived here for almost 40 years will be made homeless, and it will fall on the council to rehome these people. Next door, at the care home at 255 Bellevue Road, this is an adult care facility, and the residents have special needs. And we have no doubt that some of these residents are sensitive to noise and disruption, which will not only be during the construction, but in the future with flat dwellers overlooking their care home and garden. These residents don't have a voice. And it's quite possible from what I heard earlier that this care home wasn't there in 2008. And the local residents have made the point that in 2008, most of them didn't even know, well, the people I spoke to didn't know that there was a planning application at all for a development of this nature. And so circumstances are very different now. So therefore, the residents nearby ask that you do not grant planning permission for this development as there are too many factors against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, questions from members.
Chair, before you go on, sorry, Chair, Chair, I'd asked a question in the chat. Did you want me to respond? Because some of those points were not factual. The report does answer a lot of those questions already. So if you need me to, I can respond on some of those points.
I think, Frank, what we'll do is we'll see what the questions are of the members of the panel to see whether they ask all the questions. You can answer those as they go through in the normal way. And if there's anything that we think there's any inaccuracies or anything that's been missed at the end of that questioning process, we can mop that up at that stage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to call Councillor Flagg because he hasn't spoken so much as some others.
Thank you, Chair. The clerk very kindly read out a statement from Mr. Wadkin where he mentioned that he made a personal application to the local authority for a planning application which was refused. And I wonder if officers will be able to just update members in respect of the core strategy and when the application was made by Mr. Wadkin, so that we are clear on whether policy and procedure have been updated since that application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Elliott, you've got the script. Can you, he did say the date in it. Can we check? I think it was, yeah, it was a long time ago.
So, Chair, I believe a precedent was set in 2002/3 when the planning department refused permission for my property.
Thank you. So could the officers answer this one?
Yes, so the Bournemouth local plan core strategy dates from October 2012, Chair. I believe that's the most recent adopted plan for the legacy Bournemouth area. So in effect, you would need to consider it under these more recent policies, and that those decisions would have been made under that earlier plan. It's also worth noting that some of the policies relevant back in 2002, I believe, are saved policies on the Bournemouth core strategy as well.
Thank you. Is that,
thank you,
does
Chair.
that answer your question?
Just to say that I am cognizant of paragraph 39 as well in the agenda item. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Challoner. I will come to Councillor Tarling in a minute.
Thank you, Chair. It's just for some clarification, as we'd heard several references to parking and the provision and the inadequacy of such, and I'd like to know whether or not this application does meet with our policies, and it would surprise me no end if it does, and I'm sure it does, but I just thought I'd just check that through.
Thank you. I'm sure one of the officers.
Can I come
Mr. Genley, do you want to answer this one?
Yeah, that's the council adopted a new SPD in 2021 with progressive new standards, and this development complies fully with that. 6 spaces is what this development requires in this particular area, and the parking spaces are fully compliant with that supplementary planning document also. Yeah.
Thank you. Does that answer? Thank you. Councillor Tarling.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for waiting, because you know I do go on somewhat. Firstly, I note the comments of the officer, the planning officer, about the points of fact. I think we have spotted those points. I have 2 points, a question, if I may. Firstly, one is related to the viability of the affordable housing assessment done by the DVO. Is there an opportunity to look at the margin by which this was not viable? I know there's commercially sensitive issues here, hence the DVO produced this report, but too often I feel we're facing just a statement from an officer saying, oh, an assessment has been done and affordable housing is not viable. This scheme, to me, bearing in mind its location and its size, would be, I think, a good candidate for affordable. So that's my first question. I'll ask the second one about the CMP. I note that there's many objections about dust and sensitive residents behind. Just a question if we've, as a council, that we ever condition the use of considerate contractors as part. I know there's conditions associated or proposed, but whether that is something that we also sometimes seek to impose as a condition, should we agree to grant. Thank you.
Thank you. Can the officers comment on that point?
If I do the last one, and then we'll come to you, Frank, about the viability. So considerate contractors is a voluntary process that developers can sign up to. When we're imposing planning conditions, we need to be careful not to seek to force someone to do something that they don't want to do unless we have strong planning reasons to do so, or there's policy to back us up. We don't have a policy to say that people need to sign up to considerate contractors. It's a voluntary thing. We can, I'm sure they'll hear you saying that as part of this committee meeting today. We can use informatives to highlight the fact that we want the developer to look at schemes such as considerate contractors to make sure they're mitigating any impacts they might have during the construction phase. But I do not believe that it would be appropriate or reasonable to impose that as a specific requirement within the construction management plan that we've got under the conditions of the current proposal before you. Thank you, Chair.
Just come back on that. I will take that to our policy team then as a potential motion there. Thank you.
Councillor Rice.
Chair, sorry, did you want DVO?
Sorry, I've forgot the second part.
Yeah. Yeah, the DVO report has been placed online. It was online on the 22nd of May. We have to redact commercially sensitive information, but mostly that means GDPR data, emails, phone numbers, that kind of thing. So the redacted version of the report was placed online on the 22nd of May, and that is the DVS's full response, setting out percentages, how they've calculated. So that is in the public domain already and has been so. Available for anyone who wants to look at it. I don't recall the exact fees and the figures because I've summarised literally the conclusions. The market's been through a rough ride in the last year or two, but this was given their full assessment, and the parameters of what the government allow a developer to make to be able to reinvest in another site further on mean that sometimes it's frustrating for us as officers as well to present that there's no affordable housing available. But that is the system within which we work. And in this particular case, the DVS has satisfied the applicant's figures and costings stack up, and no affordable housing contribution or housing on site can be delivered in this case.
Thank you. Councillor Rice.
Yeah, can I get clarification about how much parking is required here? Do they actually have to provide any parking?
Mr. Genley?
I'm just looking through the report, Chair, because it's a highways comment that normally gives us that information. So if you bear with me a second, I shall get the report up and read from that. Sorry, Chair, my report's not scrolling correctly. If you can give me a couple of minutes, I'll come back to the Chair, the Councillor's question after the next one. I'll store that one and come back to you. Is that okay?
Okay, we'll take another question.
Thank you. The 2012 change in regulations that was referred to earlier Does that mean we are safe to ignore the 2008 previous application?
Unfortunately not, no. Sorry, Alex, the MPPF is, if anything, has made sustainably located development more appropriate than prior to 2012, where the MPPF didn't exist. The National Planning Policy Framework came in 2012 and extols the benefits and supports reuse of brownfield land over greenfield and over greenbelt. And in this particular case, the inspector was moving that way anyway, as was the whole planning system. So the 2012 MPPF, which has evolved over time, we now have one from 2021, talks about making the best use of urban land, particularly if it's being pre-developed, in a sustainable location. This locally is supported by the fact that the site is governed by policy CS21. It's within the required walking distance of the local centre, which means it's a candidate for increased number of units within it. I'll pass back to Alex.
Okay, I've got a couple more if I may.
Yes, do.
I'm just struggling to find the actual makeup of the building. I know I looked at it earlier, and as I recall, it was, I think I've got it here. It's the duplex at the back, I think, and other than that, it's one-bedroom flats.
That's a two-bedroom house equivalent.
Two-bedroom house and some one-bedroom flats, yeah?
No,
no.
I'll stand to be corrected, but it's 6 1-bed and 6 2-bed plus the house.
6 1-bed. Are we happy with 6 1-bed? Given the recent research that said we didn't need 1-bed flats.
I'll put my comments. The officers will probably make it much more technical and much more right. I'm very concerned about this. I mean, if you've been following planning committee over the years, I bang on about that practically every meeting. But the trouble is, the local plan at the moment is too vague. Until it's hopefully enshrined in the new local plan, I think we're pretty powerless. But I stand to be corrected.
The number of units, Chair, is satisfactory. We need a mix. The predominant mix here is 54% 2-bed, 46% 1-bed. That's we said 7 2-bed and 6 1-bed. There are flats in the local area. It's often difficult to get 3-bed flats in the development because then they start to require outdoor space, and families sometimes don't want to live in blocks of flats because there are problems with noise from other flats and that sort of thing. The site isn't large enough to take separate houses, as was suggested by one of the objectors earlier on, the councillor, as a housing development. And there is the precedent, which the inspector considered a layout of smaller flats. A higher number of 1-bed flats was appropriate here. We have moved forward. And what we're looking for is to create a mix. We have a healthy mix of 2-bed on site. One of them being a house, which we didn't have before when the application first came in. So we feel there have been reasonable amendments made. There was a possible permutation where we were looking at where the cycle store, when it originally came into the rear of the site, where more land was included, like a garden cottage as another dwelling, but that didn't pan out because the land wasn't in the ownership, and it may have caused issues with height and overlooking and tree roots, so that didn't go anywhere. When we present a case to you, it's often been through a trial and consideration of various alternatives, and it's not just what the applicant has proposed, it's us having our input into it as well to try and get the best out of that development, the best mix possible.
Okay, thanks very much for that. And I understand exactly what you're saying there, Marion, that the officer says it's acceptable. It would not be acceptable under the new plan when we sign it off, would it?
Depends what the new plan says. We don't know yet.
So I think we need to be really careful here. So you are making a decision today on the basis of the local plan as it exists. We have not gone live, we've not gone public with any possibility of our next local plan. And when we do go public with it, it'll be subject to not only public consultation, but it will be tested at examination. So we're too early in the formulation stage of any new policy for you to give it any significant weight in your decision making today.
Okay, so on a building of this size, what is our position on solar energy? Doesn't seem like there's much of a nod to climate change in this development at all.
Chair, if I can respond on that, we have Yeah, it is a frustration, but it's a national frustration. Things were set to change a few years back, but they about turned. We have policies in the local plan which talk about renewable energy within the site. To narrow it down simply to photovoltaic panels is a misstep, if you like, because there are other technologies out there, grey water recovery, sustainable building methods, sustainable building materials, that all contribute to lower carbon, painting flat roofs white to reflect heat away. There are lots of solutions that aren't solely reliant on solar panels. There is a condition attached to this to require a green energy details to be submitted prior to the build and prior to the occupation. So a solution at that point will be bespoke to the development rather than us telling someone what to do, because there are better solutions for each site. So in that sense, we don't prescribe solar panels, but we have looked. There's paragraphs, there's conditions, and there's also informatives where we go beyond what we're allowed to do by condition to suggest you use a reliable local source of materials and things like that. So that's the response in terms of the sustainability angle. But we are tied in terms of how far we can go with that until it becomes a requirement of building control. We can't tie developers' hands to using a specific set of kit because it may not be appropriate.
Okay, thank you. I was also thinking of the cost of living crisis at the same time, that the price of energy is definitely helped by the use of solar. But I'll move on. My last point is I was unclear on the situation with the hard standing, whether it was permeable or not. I think at one point it says it should be or might be, and another point it is sort of either contradictory or not clear.
Could you enlighten us, Frank? Mr. Genley?
Yeah, of course I can. This is an outline application with landscaping reserved. That includes hard landscaping, not just soft landscaping. So all the paths, the paving slabs, all the hard infrastructure that would go in, curbstones and so on, is reserved for later consideration. That means that what we would do with that condition, and I've tweaked the condition slightly. I think it's condition not 3, but it's the reserve, so it's probably 2, which talks about the landscaping scheme having to come in with explicit details of hard and soft. At that point, we would want to see porous materials. Now, we don't specify because there's bonded and bound, different terminologies. You can get gravel that sits together, which allows water to filter through it. You can get gravel that's loose and shakes itself onto the public highway, which we don't want. There's also different types of grasscrete, many different solutions. We want to see the developer address those. The quickest and best solution for any groundwater is to get it back into the ground as quick as possible. So we don't want large expanses of impermeable surfacing. So that's something we as officers take on board, and we work with developers to get that right. In this case, it'll be at the reserve matters stage. So it's something that we feel can be adequately dealt with. We want the surface to be accessible to people with buggies, wheelchairs, anyone who wants to walk along it. So it needs to be firm, but it also needs to be porous. So that the response to that one's that's sufficient, Chair. That one.
I think that's clear. That's good.
I've got the highways answer, by the way, now. If that's
All right.
pertinent to go back.
Have that now, please.
Okay, so this is online again. This is in the highways officer's response. There are 2 highway officer responses, one to the original proposal and one to the revised application. Sorry, one to the original submission and one to the revised plans that were submitted in May. So the highways officer says that the provision exceeds the requirements that the dated SPD for Zone B. So providing 6 spaces actually exceeds what the developer is expected to provide in this location, and that's a hard thing to understand for people that have grown up using cars, and myself included. Is that it's a mind shift change. The SPD is very much the beginning of a new direction, and many other councils have taken this 10 years ago, 5 years ago, taking it now, and it's to provide development where the cycle options or walking options are given priority over cars, so that when you move into a place, you don't, if it hasn't got car parking, you take that on board and you note, right, so where can I park my car? It's awkward for me. There are double yellow lines on this road. When I went to visit the site, I had to make sure I parked elsewhere. And it's beginning to make people think about where they live and work. We are within walking distance of one of the local town centres, and it's somewhere where you could live and work by walking, using public transport. So the SPD starts to reduce the reliance of a development on car parking, because that will result in a modal shift. Cycle parking is easily accessible. It's next to where the cars are. It's a viable option for people in that building, and you could live there without needing a car. If you have a car, have 2 cars, 3 cars, then you might not choose to rent or buy this property, and that's the policy ethos behind that, and that's what's come forward in that adoption in 2021 when it was taken on board by the council. So it's to begin a modal shift. The other thing to think about, the policy is aware of, is that in the future we won't all necessarily own a car. We will summon a car when we need it, and it will turn up, and then we'll go somewhere. We won't need to own a piece of metal that sits on a parking space most of its life and doesn't do anything. There are city car clubs in operation in BCP area. There are other options that enable non-car ownership to be a viable alternative to living and working in the area. So that's the context of that policy. But in the context of that policy, we're actually providing more than they need to. So that's to bear in mind. It could actually be refused for providing too much parking. We've taken a balanced approach here and said, well, okay, there's concerns locally. Let's stick with what we've got and let's go for a decent layout and make sure there's grass and porous surfaces and trees are protected. Let's not refuse it on those grounds. Is that a clear answer, Chair?
Yes, I'm going to ask a question now. Oh, so right, come back on it then.
Thank you. I'm very concerned that we are allowing so much car parking to take up so much of the floor space of the whole site, just for 6 car parking spaces, when we don't need to have 6 car parking spaces. And certainly in terms of what you've just explained, we're not expecting people to necessarily have their own car going forwards. And also I see just the road next door, they've got 8 car parking spaces in the front, which would free up potentially space at the back there for affordable homes potentially, or more biodiversity and greening. So I'm just wondering, were any attempts made at suggesting that I can see that they've got snazzy bin storage at the front, which could be accommodated at the back if parking was at the front. So I'm just wondering if you have any comments on that.
Okay, Chair, I'll come back to the councillor's question on that one. To the rear, any excavation works can cause problems to the tree roots. The trees have a root protection area, which is often similar to the crown, can sometimes extend further than the crown spread of that tree. And this is one of the reasons why there was a cycle store to the rear of the site, where you see spaces 5 and 6 beyond there. Cycle storage was to be in this area here. That was going to affect some of the tree roots, and it was moved, and a different construction mechanism was proposed to make sure here there's specialist conditions, so that they're hand dug trenches for this, and it's a lightweight single story structure to avoid harming the lifetime health of these trees. We can ask the developer to reduce the car parking, but we feel that there's a balance to be met, because we are aware that there are proposed as 13 units, and at this point it's less than half the parking spaces. The SPD requires fewer, so we could ask them to reduce the number, but that might increase the level of concern from residents. So we've taken the balanced view that this is the rough and appropriate mix that's the balance point. Parking to the frontage is something we try to avoid, because it can end up looking, dominated by hard surfacing, cars reversing in as they should do, but often they don't. They drive in forwards, and then you have, just getting to my photos, cars having to reverse out. Now here, the Citroen here on this bottom photo is driven in backwards in both photos. These are 255 benefits from a one way in, one way out, so it can loop that. The site would need 2 entrances, one at this end and one at that end, to allow cars to come in. The building have to push further back. The 2-story element and the 3-story element will push further deeper into the site, and that has implications then for windows that don't look at the blank side of buildings but look into neighbouring gardens. It opens up the whole thing again. We have a scheme before us. We don't have a different scheme before us. I did some pre-app on this site a couple of years ago when I started with the council, and that looked at reusing the existing 2 houses, provide additional floor, additional space extensions to that, but it couldn't achieve the same number of units that a rebuild could. It couldn't make the best use of that site, so it wouldn't have been in compliance with the MPPF in terms of delivering a sustainable number, an appropriate number of houses. It would have underdeveloped that site by using those houses. It would have had the benefit of carbon retention by not demolishing, yes, but it wouldn't have given us the best possible number of units for new residents to live in that area. So every development comes with swings and roundabouts. If you start looking at affordable housing deeper into the back of the site, well, again, you get back to the same question of, just go to the layout slide here, you get into the question of overlooking, which way do those buildings look? Neighbours to the rear already feel aggrieved at 40 metres and 36 metres, so having windows closer to them opens up a different set of considerations. So, and again, the viability here, the developer is showing that with 13 units on site, they can't deliver affordable housing and meet the government's permitted allowances for their profit to be made. So, you know, that's not within the realm of what was submitted for us to renegotiate.
Thank you. I'll ask my question now. Reference was made, I think, by the councillor to wildlife on site and mature trees being cut down. That doesn't seem to be reflected in the report. So could you comment?
Of course I can, Chair, yes. The trees isn't explicit in the report, so I'll come back to that second. The ecology survey is explicit in the report, and paragraph 114 onwards, I think, details that. And given we had the objections from neighbours, I took some time to go back to the ecology report and reference each particular type of species that was reviewed. And in each case, I think the only one that came back as potential having impact on the site was hedgehogs. So we've got our hedgehog condition on this, which involves trenching in construction to have planks put in over long weekends so that hedgehogs don't die and other mammals in the trench. And something, you know, myself and other colleagues are beginning to use more on new development where you have estates and houses being built, and we should all do in our own gardens, is cut holes every 10 metres at the bottom of the fence, 15 by 13 centimetres, to allow hedgehogs to pass through gardens so they don't get stuck in a garden and starve. Modern fencing doesn't break down like timber fencing. So those are conditions suggested in this case here for boundary treatment. But the ecology report has been quite thorough and does look at all of the issues that other people have raised. So that's online as well, and that's been online since the start of the application and can be viewed. So since it was submitted, which was, I think, about 2 weeks after it was, the application was submitted. So the ecology issue is covered in the report, and there are no concerns other than the hedgehog solutions. Bats and other protected species are governed by the Wildlife Act of 1984, so that if a protected species is found during demolition, so bats are not likely to be on this site, that's been investigated. But if for whatever reason, when they're knocking down the houses, they discover in the loft evidence of bats, they have to stop by law, call in a specialist, notify us, and go through what would effectively be a bat condition mitigation again. So we've done the best we can by assessing whether there is a risk. There's not considered to be a risk. There is a fallback if protected species are found. So the newts, the lizards that are mentioned are not considered to be likely to be on this site. Their habitat is sand dune and water. There aren't any water ponds on the site or within a significant distance of this site. So that's addressed in the report. The trees I haven't given as much detail in the trees because I was waiting for additional comments from the tree officer. They provided those and explained in their comments that the multi-stem of those red group 3 trees effectively rules out a lot of them being considered as a tree. Imagine a holly bush or a tree that's had lots of lower branch level, been left uncontrolled, and it's become more of a large bush, shrub, overgrown tree. It's not healthy, and it's not going to survive long. It's not giving anything visually, and for health wise of the tree, it's not going to grow to live to 300 years. Only certain species live to 300 years. So the removal of those trees doesn't harm the protection of trees T6 and T5, doesn't harm the trees along the boundary in group 1 and T2, 3, 4. Specialist foundations for the cycle parking, as is demonstrated here on the left, there's special foundations that are used during construction to stop things leaking, stop tree branches being knocked, but there's also specialist conditions to govern how those are excavated, not by mechanical shovel, but by people. Tree planting will replace the trees being lost, and we've specified that we want to see the same sort of species that are on the site. We want to see species that are indigenous to the local area to be appropriate for habitat. biodiversity improvements. So in terms of trees, we are satisfied, the tree officer is satisfied that no trees or shrubs of value are being lost that could not be replaced. They provide an environmental benefit in terms of carbon replacement overnight, but they're not mature samples. We've had applications go to committee in the last few months for loss of significant and substantially mature trees. These aren't of that similar status, the ones that are being lost.
Thank you. I'm very keen that we move on to the discussion very soon, but if there are any pressing questions, Councillor Martin.
Thank you. Just one technical question, going back to the parking, if you wouldn't mind. Are the parking spaces going to be allocated to specific flats? Because otherwise, if it's sort of, if the parking's on a first come, first served basis, it rather defeats the object of having less parking, because people are still going to, if you get parking on a first come, first served basis, people might take the chance that there will be a parking space, and then it will impact on parking in the area, because if they get home later, they're going to just park elsewhere. I just wondered.
I'll respond. The spaces are not marked for being allocated at this point. Policies require that if more than half the space is to be allocated, then we need to be involved in that. It's not something I think the conditions have dealt with, because the provision here is in excess of what's actually required. So certainly if highways are here, we can hear from them, but maybe Alex wants to comment on that. It's members' gift to request a condition governing that. So we want to see that the spaces are allocated to particular units and see evidence of that before first occupation, but we haven't proposed it at this stage.
I think it's key to keep in mind that it's not a requirement that's been set out by the highways officer. So the highways officer would have taken into account how the car parking spaces, in terms of the number, how they're accessed, how they're egressed. That would have all been taken into account by the highways officer as your in-house expert on these matters, and it's not a form of mitigation that they've asked for in terms of imposing a condition for a parking allocation plan.
Councillor Canavan.
Yeah, can I just press you a little bit more for some clarification about the trees? So if landscaping is a reserved issue, does that mean that there is an opportunity then to review which trees are going to come down and exactly which trees are going to be planted in their place, or is that a kind of, you know, a non-negotiable issue, and how does all that get signed off?
Chair, the trees that are proposed for removal, demolition, or even whatever you want to call it, are being set by the application. That's what's being shown on the plans. Where the replacements would go, what their species is, and the number of them are controlled by condition. So we are securing at least the same number of replacement. I don't think we go as far as specifying the species, but we indicate that that's the species range we'd want to see. And their placement will be considered by the tree officer when we get the reserve matters application in. It's effectively another planning application that comes in, and they submit drawings, planting schedules, planting plan, maintenance plan for the first 5 years to show where those trees would go, what age the trees would be at the time of planting, what species they'd be, and how they would be maintained for the first 5 years of the scheme's life. If anything dies within the first 5 years, it has to be replaced with a similar species. You can't really plant mature trees because they don't take. The tree has a better chance of survival the younger it's planted. So typically species are between 1 and 5 years old when they're planted. Anything older than that, it gets very expensive and the risk of it dying is increased. But that's something that the reserve matters, or if it wasn't an application, a landscaping condition will control. So the number of being lost is set, the number being replaced is subject to conditional control and review by officers at a later stage.
Thank you. I need to go back a step actually just to clarify my earlier answer on car parking. There is a condition 18 in the report before you, which talks about making sure there's suitable provision for disabled parking within the car parking spaces. So we will make sure that some of those spaces, as many as is necessary, are set aside for disabled parking. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. So just could the officer confirm, obviously, most, if not all, the objections are relevant to the 2008 application, which was approved by the inspector. So the 15 years ago, how material is the consideration of that exam from 2008? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor. So I'm going to bring my presentation up for the comparison, because I think it helps understand for everybody what happened in 2008 and what's proposed now. So the 2008 appeal is relevant. It's part of the planning history. It's no longer implementable, so it can't be built out, but the council opted to refuse the proposal, and the developer at the time appealed that refusal. They also appealed costs, saying the council had wasted their time in refusing it. Now, they weren't successful in the costs appeal because the council put forward a reasonable defence of why it had refused it. But ultimately, the inspector considered that actually the three reasons for refusal, which were to do with street character, height, impact on neighbouring amenity, and noise disturbance and car parking, were not sufficient reasons for refusal. Now, on the screen, on the left-hand side, is the 2008 appeal that was granted. And on the right is the 2023 proposal we have before us. You'll see the current proposal is bigger. Now, whilst that is the case, its footprint staggers in more from the boundaries. And we have a building that looks very different. So the 2008 appeal was set further forward. Our current proposal is set further backwards. And I'll walk you through these differences. So at the frontage, one of the criticisms from the neighbours objecting to the proposal this time around is that the building sits further forward than the 2008 appeal. Well, it doesn't. The porch element does, and the parts of the lower gable bays do, but they, as you can see, they actually everything sits further back. The front building line, the yellow line, sits further back than the 2008 appeal. The gables and the bays sit further back as well. We do have bin storage at the front, but that's an emerging trend across several modern developments. Bin stores on the appeal were to the side through a large garage door into the side of the building. So notwithstanding the fact there were smaller units and a higher number of them, there are other changes as well. To the rear, the three-storey element stopped, as you can see here, at the point of the neighbouring building before extensions were made. This point here, it now steps further back at 3 stories, but the corresponding 2-storey element steps further in from the boundaries than it did before, and we've had increases in depth here, setting away from the boundary. At the frontage, you can see on the left you have a building of its time. I'd say I'd date that if I was on site mid-2000s, and it pretty much is. It's a house, a block of flats trying to be a house. I don't tend to like that anymore, because a block of flats should really stand out more. It should have vertical emphasis. It should be more flat-like. Otherwise, it's a bit odd. And the mix of materials at that stage is also a bit more chunky, blocky. What we have proposed now is more appropriate in the street scene. You do have gables, pronounced steep gables. You have less roof on this because the roof faces have been broken up with dormers and staggers. And when you go to the side elevations, you'll see that even more. On the left, you had large expanses facing 261. Now you've got elements that are broken up and stagger and step inwards. You've got fewer windows. And the rear elements, whilst we do have, we have these staggers and steps, the roofs move away from the boundaries in a way they didn't before. There were flat roofs involved. So there are lots of design changes with the proposal compared to the appeal. The appeal is relevant in that it kind of was moving forward with the MPPF, which came 3 or 4 years later, which supported better use of urban land. The sustainable place to put houses is where we already have roads, infrastructure, schools. It is not the planning system's responsibility to make sure that schools, doctor surgeries and police stations, all those things are built. We'd like to have it in our control, but it's not, and we haven't got that ability. We have Section 106 and we have SIL provisions which allow us to get the developer to contribute to offsetting their impact. Now, The NHS asks for contributions in some cases. Highways ask for contributions in some cases, but it has to be relevant to the development. During COVID, the NHS stopped asking for any contributions for most councils, from my experience talking to other colleagues at other councils. They've started again. Their resources were focused elsewhere. So they now have officers asking for contributions. They may ask for £5,000. Schools may ask for a certain number of money to contribute to new classrooms that might be needed from children that are generated by development. Here, the affordable housing that would be required can't be met on site. The appeal the appeal decision allowed for a higher density on site than currently exists. And if anything, the new MPPF supports that to an even higher degree. Our local plan that now exists with policy CS21, supports more flats, more urban development, more residential units in the existing urban area, particularly where we are within 400 metres. I think we're walking distance of local centres. So the appeal's relevant, but the MPPF is more relevant, I think, and our local plan is more relevant. I think the appeal is a good gauge of what might happen if this were to be overturned and refused. The inspector would have to have a mind for that, because a lot of the issues are considered to be the same. We've reduced the number of windows to the side. The windows that are proposed have got obscure glazing in. Car parking is now compliant with our new SPD, whereas previously we didn't have that. In terms of this, it complies with policy as it did to a degree back then, but we tried to argue the opposite, and the inspector called us out on that. So it's a useful lesson, perhaps, but obviously there are material differences, and the report tries to discuss those, but comes to a conclusion that I couldn't establish there's any harm, and all the statutory consultees didn't think there would be any policy conflict. So the balanced view is
fine. Thanks, John.
Okay. Okay, let's move on to the debate on the issue. Forest of hands.
Hi, just looking at the plans and listening to the lengthy discussion. Well, I had a look at the site. There's others on the same road that actually look quite similar to the building. I think it's great that they've got over and above the required car parking, even though I know others disagree. I think it's broadly in keeping with the area. There's quite a lot of 3-storey buildings in the line. I think they've done quite a good job in listening and mitigating people's concerns. So I'm broadly happy with it, but happy to hear everyone else's views.
Councillor Tarley.
Yeah, thank you. I echo what Councillor Adams said, and I'd comment on what a fantastic report Mr. Genley's done and responding to some of the comments, and also Mr. Mill from Pure Town Planning, I think really did sum it up very well. I think architecturally this is of a high quality, and a lot higher quality of the two, better quality than the two houses it's currently looking to replace. Regarding the environmental impact and solar panels, obviously solar panels don't work for every building, but it will be, as a new building, compliant with the new Part L building regs for energy performance, and would be a far more environmentally sound building. I know the area reasonably well, and certainly I would say it's sustainable in its location. Yes, it is served very well by buses. It's very close to the Tuckton sort of shopping centre. Parking, yeah, I agree. It is slightly in excess, but this is we're in a transition phase with the SPD, and I think we have to be considerate that to make this commercially viable, there will need to be some parking spaces. And I think the officer, Mr. Janley's, made a very, very good point about there being a balance between impact on local streets and that transition over to a car-free society, which I do wholeheartedly support. But until we put the cycle route down Bellevue Road as well, I think we're asking quite a lot for people to give up their cars. Hedgehog holes, I'm very keen on hedgehog holes. I have 2 in my back garden. Other than that, I agree wholeheartedly. It doesn't, to me, look like an area for bats, newts, or other herpetological niceties. So yeah, I am very supportive of this scheme, and I'm happy to propose a motion that we that we grant this.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. We've now got a seconder as well. I have to say I agree with what's been said. I think this is well designed. It is expecting to look like a house or two houses, but it does fit very well with the ones next door, 261 and 263, which are a pair of semi-detached houses. There's a block of flats sort of diagonally opposite, so flatted developments are not unknown in the area. Some concerns have been expressed, but if you look through the conditions, we've got some very thorough conditions. For instance, there was talk of dust during the building, or rather, the demolition and the building. Condition 5 is very full on about control of dust and emissions. There's got to be a detailed dust management plan in advance, for instance. Same with the energy requirements, saving energy. So I'm very happy that this should be proposed. So anyone else wishing to talk? Councillor Rice?
Yeah, I was just wondering whether we could add a condition, if it was agreed, regarding placement of trees or bollards in the rear of the garden. There's just some, it looks as if there's opportunity for at least 2 further car parking, sort of unofficial car parking spaces. I've been to quite a few developments where cars are parked all over the place, like where there is space. So I just wonder whether that's appropriate, because it could cause conflict between neighbours with having, if like one car could be parking very close to the rear there, or 2. So I just wonder whether there's anything that can be done.
But bear in mind, this is a reserved matter. These plans have got to be presented for agreement.
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether that can be added as a condition or something.
Chair, it could, you could
I'd
add.
like to make a suggestion, sorry.
Yeah.
So I think what we want is to make sure that whatever happens after today is in the spirit of what the committee wanted to see happen. So there is a reserved matters approval process that has to be gone through to agree the landscaping, including the hard landscaping. What I think you're talking about is to make sure that when that goes through the process, we protect that land which is not shown as car parking on this indicative plan, so that we don't end up with more car parking spaces, and we protect the trees and the land around it. What we can do is we can add an informative to the decision notice close to where that condition is, to make sure that the applicant is aware that you have stated a preference that when those details come forward, you want to see protection of the land around the car parking to stop egress onto the grass and towards the trees, if that would be suitable.
That's entirely.
Yeah, as proposed for a motion, I'm happy to accept that amendment to the motion as laid out by Mr. Krishank as well.
Right.
If I can just confirm so we're all clear. So the recommendation is on the addendum sheet. So it is to grant approval subject to the inclusion of an informative to make clear the council's intention to see the protection of the land when the landscaping details come forward. Thank you, Chair.
Right. So with that addition, can we vote? So vote for if you want to see it approved. I was going on to talk about voting against, but it wasn't necessary. So that's unanimous, I think. I suggest we have a very short comfort break now. I mean, literally 5 minutes. And then come back and do one, probably only one, and then take a lunch break. Okay, so welcome back for the next item, which is on the agenda as 6B. Can I just point out that one of the councillors has had to leave the meeting. Councillor Flagg has left, so we're now down to 13 members. 12 members. So now can I ask Mr. Hodges to present the case?
Thank you, Chair. Right, so this is an application at 320 to 328 Ashley Road in Poole. It follows on from an earlier approval which has recently lapsed for the erection of an additional floor on the building for residential purposes. So this is the location right in the middle of the Ashley Road district centre, in the middle of the shops there, which I imagine most members be familiar with. In terms of the existing proposal, so in this plan, the Ashley Road is running to the south of the plan, and then the rear road that you can see is Carlton Grove, where the existing shops are serviced from. So the proposal is to erect an extra floor above the building. As said, this follows on from an earlier approval which recently lapsed. So this scheme is for 6 one-bed units, and the previous scheme was for 4 two-bed units. And we do have I'll show you the plans of the previously approved scheme. As part of the scheme, what's also constructed on the north elevation, which is the grey element that you can see sticking out, is the stairwell to get up to the upper floors. And then also this small element here on the bottom left, which is the bin stores. In terms of what that means for the layout, so the second floor plan, upper floor plan is referred to, shows how the 6 units are arranged. So these 3 units along here, if you can still see my cursor, those are the ones facing onto the Ashley Road, and then the other ones are facing out onto Carlton Grove. And just to highlight the bottom, a new bike store will be included. This is the new stairwell, and this is the bin stores. And this is how it would look in the street scene. You'll see that much more clearly in the photos in a little while. Excuse me. But in effect, it will build up on the existing in the existing building. The scheme was amended during the course of the application. Initially, the highways officer had raised concerns about the proposals affecting the servicing for the existing shops on the Ashley Road, particularly the provision of the bike store and bin store and larger stairwell that you can see on the left. So the scheme was amended to the proposal on the right, and that includes a couple of operational spaces for occupiers so they can drop off, pick up, have someone can collect them, taxi, etc. And then the bin store is also much reduced. So the highways officer has confirmed they're satisfied that that protects suitably enough arrangements for the rear units, not to compromise their servicing arrangements to keep the viability of those shop units. So this is the previous approval. It's a little bit of an optical illusion because it looks like it wasn't as tall a scheme on that plan, but what the proposal was, if you look at the top left plan, was to build up a parapet on top of the existing wall, which in effect screened partially the new unit behind. But in actual fact, on this, the current proposal before you, the actual upper floor element is actually set further back away from the Ashley Road. And this was the layout of this. It did deliver 4 two-bed units, but you can see some of the spaces are slightly contrived in terms of being very long depth and odd room shapes as a result. So this is the view of the side. It'll be familiar, I imagine, along the Ashley Road. It's a post-war building surrounded largely by much older properties, some of the earlier properties on the road, so some late Victorian, early Edwardian. In terms of looking back, you can see that it will project above the existing buildings on the street, But we're mindful of the fact that we've already accepted that level of impact on the street scene. Excuse me. Top right is Carlton Grove. So you've seen the report with reference to 1A and 1B Carlton Grove. So these are two properties which were built in much more recently, which directly adjoin the site. And so the extension and the flats will be sitting above just on this level here. Bottom left is to the north of the site, looking south back towards along Carlton Grove, where you can see the existing building here, and then the new floor will sit above this level here. And then bottom right, it's just right in the far corner of Carlton Grove, where one of the paths leads through onto the Ashley Road in between the buildings, and then you'll be able to see how the new extension will sit up above that level there. So bearing in mind the previous approval also made under the current local plan back in 2020, and the continuing need for us to deliver additional units in what's one of our sustainable transport corridors, the application as set out in the report is recommended for approval, Chair.
Thank you. And do we have any speakers?
Thank you, Chair. Two statements of objection. The first from Anne and Chris Matthews. This development has many problems. Parking in this area is very difficult with Macca store, large lorries and vans, plus large delivery vehicles using the street. Although we pay for residents' parking, they also obstruct footpaths. The road is already in a very poor condition. Construction's vehicles will make parking impossible. If the development is granted, where will extra residents park? And is there room for bin areas, bike stores and entrances? It seems not, as the area is already cramped with vehicles anyway. We have many problems with congestion in this area and can only see this making a bad condition worse, with no benefit to Carlton Grove and its residents. Second statement is from Val Street. I want to say again, this is the third time that it is not appropriate to build 6 flats. There is too much traffic at the best of times. Our little road is not cut out for the amount of heavy traffic we have at the moment. It will only get worse, and as I and a number of neighbours pay £55 a year for a parking permit, it is not always easy to find a space to park. There is a person who's registered to speak in support of the application. That is Chris Beale, and he's here in person.
Hello again, members. The scheme before you is for the erection of a 3rd storey to the existing 2-storey building to form 6 one-bedroom flats. As you've heard, this application follows a previous consent on site for the erection of a 3rd storey to the existing building, which would have provided 4 larger 2-bedroom flats of a similar scale to the scheme before you today. The planning officer has comprehensively explained the full details of the scheme in his opening presentation to you, and I now wish to briefly outline the main considerations why we feel permission should be granted today. Firstly, principle and character. As you will be aware, BCP Council has a shortfall in housing, and as such, the benefits provided from the supply of new homes must have significant weight, and a tilted balance in favour of granting permission should be applied. Policy PP2 of the local plan states that the majority of new housing will be directed to the most accessible locations within Poole, these being town centres, district and local centres, and locations close to sustainable transport corridors. The application site is within the area identified as a suitable transport corridor in the local plan and is within a district centre location. As you've heard, the principle of an additional storey has already been established by virtue of the 2020 permission. And one significant improvement between this application and the previous application is that the proposed 3rd storey now has a greater setback from both the front and rear elevations, resulting in a greater degree of subservience when compared to the previous plans. The scheme also includes a new core added to the rear of the building, which would house a private entrance to the flats and the lift. This has a simple appearance that would break up the existing rear facade with proposed materials that contrast and provide a vertical feature up the existing bland elevation. For these reasons, the proposal would be in keeping with the surrounding pattern of development and would have an acceptable impact on the character and development of the area in accordance with the local plan. Secondly, neighbouring amenity. Given the proposed location of the additional 3rd storey, the layout of the additional units proposed and the amendments made to the window arrangements during the planning process, the scheme would not lead to harmful overlooking or over dominance to immediate neighbours at 1A and 1B Carlton Road. With regards to the properties to the north, the proposed development would be set at least 24 metres away from the nearest residential properties at 10 and 13 Carlton Grove and would face their side flank walls, thus there would be no harm. Your officer confirms in his report that to the south of the site are flats above retail units along Ashley Road at units 237A and 225. But because there is a significant separation distance of 26 metres between the new units and the existing flats, there would be no harmful overlooking which would arise by virtue of the proposal. The third issue is highways. The proposal would be a car-free development, which is in full compliance with the council's parking standards for this location. Cycle parking is provided on the ratio of 1 cycle space per bedroom, which again is in compliance with the SPD. And amendments have been made to the scheme to ensure suitable loading spaces are provided for the commercial units. Therefore, your highway officer is in full support of the scheme. So councillors, in summary, the principle of an additional storey has already been established as being acceptable at the site by virtue of the 2020 permission, and this scheme would help the council meet its housing targets by delivering 6 one-bedroom flats in this location, which would be perfect for young people or first-time buyers in a highly sustainable location, all whilst not detrimentally impacting the character and appearance of the area, neighbouring amenity or highway safety. For these reasons, members, I hope you agree with your officer recommendations and grant permission and vote in favour of the approval. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know we have the ward councillor here, my colleague, Councillor Millier.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee. I initially called in this application on the grounds it didn't conform to PP35 of the Poole Local Plan based on the Highways Officer initial assessment of the application. The applicant then submitted revised plans which did satisfy highways, but no one in planning actually notified me, which is why it's here now at committee. Having said that, although the highways team may be satisfied with the proposed developments, and the planning officer, many are not. And the reason for this is that the planning application, the local plan, the MPPF and the SPDs all ignore the reality of the use of the commercial unit on this site, which is owned and operated by the developers. The reality is that by reducing the loading bay for the commercial unit below to make way for this development, it takes more space away from what is already a very crowded part commercial and part residential area. The business that currently occupies the premises is already not respecting the boundaries of the property and makes life a misery for the residents. Lorries blocking the highway, leaving residents trapped in the cul-de-sac, piles of cardboard, creating significant fire risk, pallets of produce out in the road, creating a hazard. Earlier this year, residents even sent me a photo of the business even using the permit holder only bays opposite the site to store huge pallets of onions, leaving resident permit holders with nowhere to park. I experienced it just the other day when I delivered a letter to the residents about this very application. A large van blocked the road whilst it was unloading, which meant the highway was totally obstructed and left residents and me with no option but to wait for it to eventually move. The residents are fed up, and although the best intention from highways is not to object to this application as the loading bay is provided, there is no condition that actually require the business to stick to using that loading bay and only the bay rather than causing obstructions in the road. Many of us would consider it to be common courtesy. Others may feel that this should be enforced by traffic and parking enforcement. In my view, though, this should be dealt with by planning, and if it isn't, it's a failure of our planning system, which is supposed to protect residential amenity and deliver sustainable development, neither of which this application does successfully. Much like the misuse of space by the business and the applicant owns, I also object to the development on the space standards set by government in 2015 that requires one-bedroom dwellings of this nature to have a gross internal floor area of at least 50 square metres in size. Only 4 out of the 6 units meet this standard in this development. This application highlights to me the failures of the planning system in considering the reality of the ground on the ground, as well as the misuse of space to make way for sustainable development. I consider it harmful to those living in proximity and the future occupants of the site, who deserve adequate housing of a functional size.
The applicant doesn't respect space, whether that relates to space for residents to go about their business without constant highway obstructions, or space for people to live healthy lives in properly sized premises. I'd urge Planning Committee to consider the points I've made and either refuse this application or add a planning condition that loading and unloading must be within the designated loading bay to respect PP35 of the Poole Local Plan, as common decency for residents combined with parking enforcement is evidently not enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. So over to questions. Councillor Sam.
Hopefully an easy one. Well, but looking at the site plan, one of the flats appears to have 2 bedrooms, and we're talking about it as though it's a 6 one-bedroom flat. So can someone clarify that for me?
Can you indicate which flat it is?
Yeah, in the top right-hand corner of the plan, flat 4, I think it is. Flat 4.
I can see what you mean.
Yes, there, I think you're correct. Yes, yeah. It does appear to be an additional single bedroom added in there, isn't it, in flat 4? Yes, that doesn't change our assessment in terms of the acceptability of the scheme.
Can I ask a follow-up? Does it change anything in terms of the space requirements? Because we're already talking about pretty tight, slightly below standard space stuff, and I just want to be really clear. If that's a 2-bedroom flat, is it significantly under the space requirements?
Okay. I need to just double check that. I probably have to come off the presentation and do that, but I'll come back to you with that, Chair, with the answer to that.
Yeah, Councillor Earl made mention to the actual, apologies, is another spatial one about it complying with space requirements. I think it's quite poor architectural inside, as in use of space internally. I see many opportunities for probably increasing the gross internal floor area of these flats, with just some layout changes. Can we confirm that it is actually compliant with the floor space requirements for the flats?
So there's an assessment made, Chair, in the report on the flat sizes. I just skipping to that in the report. Thank you, Vice Chair. So what the Poole Local Plan refers to is does not require an absolute compliance with the National Described Space Standard, but what the policy does say is, and this is in para 48, that where the properties are less than 20% of the space sizes, and then a justification needs to be provided for why the units aren't below. So what the assessment makes in para 48 is that we are 5% lower at the lowest point, and because of what the local plan says in terms of unit sizes, just going to that in the plan. So this is para 9.5 of the local plan. So that's on page 92. For housing development, the council encourages applicants to comply with the national prescribed space standards when preparing and submitting planning applications. Schemes that are significantly below these standards, i.e. more than 20%, will need to demonstrate how the development will achieve an acceptable standard of living for future occupants. So that's not part of the policy, that's part of the supporting text. So the policy itself doesn't require an absolute adherence to the policy, but means that we should consider if we're well below, that there needs to be some form of justification for that. Taking that in the round and judging it on overall on its merits, from our point of view, that doesn't give us a strong reason for refusal if we dip slightly below those space standards at this time on the basis of this particular local plan policy.
So have we got the size of flat 4, which
right,
is
I'm nearly there.
factor?
2 more minutes. What I've got to do is just cross-reference it to the NDESS. So 2 seconds, Chair. So yes, so as a double bedroom and a single bedroom, so 3-person, so it's a 2-bed, 3-person single story dwelling. So the NDDS says 61 square meters, and looking at the plan, that unit 4 is 67 square meters, so it does comply, Chair.
Thank you. Any more questions? Oh.
Just in respect of that, the square meterage of that property, I assume you're including there all of the long corridor that goes into the property as well.
Yes, it's gross internal floor areas, which is set out on the schedule on the approved plans. Having said that, yes, it does always include sort of circulation space within the units. One of the reasons, just to enlarge upon that, that's one of the reasons why the standard has a higher standard depending on whether the unit has more than 1 floor, because the greater the number of floors, the more circulation space, stairwells, etc. Aren't actually living spaces. So this is why, where it's a single story unit, i.e. flat, it's got a lower level than if it was a 2-bed, 2-story or 3-story unit.
In relation to Councillor Earl's suggestion of a condition to only use the loading and unloading must only be in the designated bay, is that something we can require as a planning committee, or is it for another body to sort of enforce?
So I think there's 2 aspects of that, Chair. So one is this planning application can't be used to try and resolve an existing problem. What we can do in terms of the scope of the application is try and ensure that we don't compromise the ability to service that unit. If the operators of that unit have quite a lot of deliveries, have a lot of outside storage, etc., we're not going to be able to solve that particular problem, I suspect, with this planning application. And what we could do is potentially have an additional condition about the use and management of that space, potentially to try and restrict outside storage, which affects the ability then for a van to come up and offload. In terms of the planning application, what it's tried to do is minimise the impact on that service area by amending the scheme. I'll just represent deliberately to try and ensure that we minimise that impact by having the least amount of development happen in that space, i.e. by restricting that bike store. Yeah, it potentially, I think, but it would only be in effect covering that sort of area of the rear, which is used for servicing. And the only other caution I do have is we're talking about the operations of a third party that aren't part of the application as well. That's the only other thing I'd say, Chair.
I think, can you just, sorry, Chair, can you just show there's a comparison as well, isn't there, the approved scheme and this scheme? So there is something that's pertinent is if you look on the left-hand side, that's the approved scheme. Actually,
no, I'm going to correct. No, that was the originally proposed scheme, which was amended. Sorry, Alex.
Okay, all right, ignore me then.
Can I just get clarification that the car parking is not going to block the access to the cycle parking?
No, the intention is it's still available. So the cycle parking access is, hopefully you can see the cursor, is just to the left of the stairwell. I'll get back to the layout. So hopefully you can see that the 2 parking spaces here are offset from where that, you can't actually see the door because we're looking at the upper floor plan here, but that door is in effect there and separate from the parking spaces.
I'm going to try one more time. Sorry, hopefully I'll get it right this time. I will direct you to condition 4 on page 83, which is where we seek to govern the use of this space. So in relation to how we manage the space and make sure it's available for both the car parking, to address the point you just made, but also for the deliveries.
Page 83, Chairman.
Sorry, I'm just reading the condition to remind myself. Councillor Rice.
No, I was just highlighting that Councillor Salmon wanted to speak.
Sorry, it's going back to this thing about the extra bedroom again. I just want to, can I just seek clarification that the fact that one of the dwellings would be 2-bedroom doesn't affect anything in terms of if we were to approve this application? Would it cause any problems further down the line to say, you know, it's been talked about as all 1 beds, but actually there's a 2 bed. So for example, parking, does it have any impact on the parking requirements for the development, anything like that? Sorry, just a newbie question.
No, that's fine. So because of where the location is in Zone B in our parking guidance, both 1-bed and 2-bed flats don't require specific off-street parking in those locations. In terms of if the description refers to 6 1-bed flats and there's actually a 2-bed flat in there, that's not fatal to the permission itself because ultimately the plans prevail. So it's what's shown on the approved plans that can be built out rather than what's in the description of development. With the agreement of the applicant, we could tweak that description before a decision is issued, just to clarify that point as well. And in respect of other issues, it wouldn't create any additional issues in terms of the planning merits, and other things like the sill payments would be calculated later based on the floor space as well.
Councillor Gillett.
Just a really quick follow up on the saying about we can't use it to enforce something, you know, which is current. But when I went to look at the site, the area where the car parking spaces were actually already being used as storage for the store. How would there be a way of being able to enforce that those were going to be used as parking spaces?
Yes, I mean that's an intention of condition 4 in the recommendation, so that's retained for servicing for drop off and pick up for occupiers. The application showing the red line, so again our understanding is that area is under the control of the applicant to control that as well.
I've also got a question on the same sort of issue, this plan. It appears to show a footpath running the whole length of the visible road at that point. Am I correct in that? Because at the moment there is no footpath in front of what is the loading area, as far as I could see. None of those photos show it clearly enough.
No, I mean, Chair, I think in terms of top right, it's probably the best, but you've got what would be a fairly narrow footway, probably wouldn't meet the current standards if we were building the road today in front of those units as well. And then in effect, it's not clearly defined as a footway beyond that point. But I believe that line is trying to indicate what would be at the edge of the highway in terms of the carriageway against the footway.
So the intention is that a footway will be provided in future, clearly demarcated?
No, I mean, in terms of looking at the layout, that's actually outside the red line plan. And so it's outside, as part, my educated guess would be that forms part of the public highway, and it's outside of the control of the applicant.
Because at the moment, I'm you know, this is my ward, so I know it quite well. Frequently, there are vehicles, delivery vehicles. I mean, they're to do with the business. They're not other people parking there who are right over what should be the footway.
I think that's it's a very valid point. I think what it does do is strays beyond what we can do in the scope of this planning application into issues over obstructing the public highway, which is a matter for our colleagues in the highways team to try and, if that is persistently obstructed by vehicles and then is affecting people's ability to use what's part of the public highway, that's potentially, my understanding, is an offence, and it's something that's enforceable by our highways colleagues.
Thank you. Any more?
Chairman, I was just going to, sorry, Chairman, I was going to observe, I mean, if members are really concerned about use of the existing parking or the proposed parking bays and loading for storage, you could possibly tighten up condition 4 a bit to make that clear. Of course, knock-on effect might be they'll have to then find somewhere else to put the storage. So.
Councillor Rice.
Yeah, so on that detail about the pavement, so the surfacing, just looking at street view here, the surfacing is the same from the curb.
Can I just interrupt? If the councillor's leaving the room, she potentially will impact on her ability to vote on this item if she's not hearing the debate. I don't know if you want to pause temporarily to allow her to return.
That would be a good idea. Okay, so Councillor Rice.
Yeah, so the surfacing between the road surface from the curb, the surfacing is the same going over the pavement up to the rear of the building. So there's no distinguishing between the pavement and the property of the property. So I was just wondering, like I've seen in other developments whereby the curb has had to be reinstated so that prevents parking, for example, so we can do stuff that's on the curb as opposed to on the property. I was just wondering whether a boundary line could be inset into the surfacing so that it distinguished more visibly the pavement from the property boundary.
Yeah, all the easy questions. I think, so you're right. So we have the ability through planning to require either for changes made within the red line of an application site or where they need to happen outside the application to secure them via Section 106 agreements and other means to make sure they happen. But we have to, at all times, keep in mind whether that change is necessary to make the development before us acceptable in planning terms. So we have an existing situation where the footpath at some point in time or never has been instated to be a separate, separately demarked from the demise to the back of the commercial premises. So anybody walking in that area would not necessarily know that that's part of the public highway and part of the footpath. What we need to then understand is to what degree is that causing a public safety concern, and to what degree is that something where it is directly related to this development that we might be able to argue that it is important to reinstate that footpath because of something which is changing. This development is for flatted units to the top of an existing commercial premises. So the fact that there's a commercial premises there, the fact that there are comings and goings there, and the fact that people are walking to the rear of it, that all currently exists. And it's not something which is going to be significantly altered by adding the units to the top of the building, because it's the activity of the commercial development which is causing that concern in terms of the interface between pedestrians and the parking of the vehicles, which is currently sometimes overhanging that area and also going into other areas. So in my view, I don't think we've got sufficient grounds to say that we would say that it is necessary for us to reinstate that footway to make sure this development was safe, particularly given that it relates more to an existing situation rather than something which is generated or created by virtue of the development that's before you.
Councillor Tarr.
A point that Councillor Rice just made, again looking at Street View, I noticed that there is actually a no loading time restriction there, Monday to Saturday, 8 till 7. So it would look like it's a highways enforcement issue that is the main concern for, and perhaps that's something that the ward councillors could take up with their highways enforcement.
Oh, why did it make that pink? Any more questions? Oh.
One from me, Marion. Presumably the previous application, yes it is. The previous application allowed the addition of an additional story, and so that is not for debate today, is that correct? Because it would be the only building in that on that road at that point that's got that extra story.
Yes, I mean, the permission's now expired, but we need to have regard to the decisions of the council and show consistency in how we apply the policies, and the policies haven't changed since that approval in 2020. So it would be difficult to argue in principle that another story was unacceptable now.
Okay.
Okay, I think we're probably ready for the debate now. So who wants to open up? Councillor Challoner.
Thank you, Chair. I accept that there's much needed housing in this area. My concerns are that we're adding more movement to an already congested and difficult area. You've got a loading area that's very heavily used, and you're going to be having more people going in and out of that building in rooms also that I might say that I don't think it's great that we would approve something that doesn't meet minimum standards in terms of space. You know, a minimum, let's face it, it is going to be pretty small. If we're going below that, that takes small to tiny. And I'm not sure that I would ever want to be in a position where I would put my name to approving something of that nature. So that allied to the fact that I think it's a pretty dense space in terms of what's been expected to happen there, and having visited the site and suffered a similar experience to Councillor Earl, I can vouch for that. And I just think that adding more people with their cycles or however they're going to get there just makes it even tighter. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's I'd agree with yourself, Councillor. Thank you. I think it's a great idea to put an extra floor on because there is a housing shortage. But I would agree with Councillor Tarling's earlier statement. It's not a good use of space, of the space that's been created. I think that each flat is going to be quite small, and it might be better to have less units with more space in each flat. So that would be my comment.
As I've said, this is my ward, so you know, I know this well. And while I fully accept we can't, through this planning application or any planning application, rectify the current situation, we don't need to exacerbate it. And the building of the stairwell and the bin store, both reduce the delivery area, the stairwell quite considerably, because it chops it through the middle. And it's clear from experience that a lot of delivery vehicles struggle now with it reduced, I'm very fearful. And I don't think the point has actually been made that this is all cul-de-sac. It is not a throw road at any point. So vehicles coming in, delivery vehicles, have to either back or they have to turn in a very constricted area. And it's going to be even more constricted with this stairwell. So I have grave concerns on that and the space as well.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think we can forget that there has been a previous application. It's probably gone past its sell-by date, but the theory of building on the second floor has been approved previously. And like we said, the impact of congestion is already there. So to say it's going to be any worse, yes, it should be, because of at least six more people, but the fact is it's already there, and we previously agreed. So I would be in favour of the approval, but thank you.
If I can just provide some advice, I just want to make sure that we get the context correct in terms of decision making. So what we're scurrying away trying to do here is understand how the national space standards relate to our own planning framework. So when the national space standards were brought in, they were optional. And the guidance at the time was councils would have to formally adopt them. So although they're badged as national space standards, they don't apply everywhere. You're meant to go through a process in your local plan to extract that was referred to earlier as in the local plan relevant for this development. It says that we do not ask for justification as to why you've gone below those national space standards unless you are 20% below. So as the report sets out, we're not in that area. So in terms of you being the planning committee, using the local plan as your starting point for all your decisions, as a framework for all your decision making, I don't think that we are in a situation where you are as far away as you might feel you are from the suitability of the development that's on the table here, because our own local plan says we don't ask for justification where it's less than 20% below the national space standard. So I just want to make sure that's clear in your mind as the decision maker before you come to your final conclusion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. If I could just come back, the reference made to the approved plan. If you look at that one, you've got the blue dotted line of the outline of what was approved, and you can see that doesn't encroach on the delivery area to any great extent. That is, to me, is the big difference, and makes me very dubious about this one, I must admit. Councillor Challoner? Thought you might, with any luck.
But funny enough, Chair, yes. Well, I would like to move to refuse the application. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's proposed and seconded.
Hang on.
Huh?
Reasons, Chairman.
Reasons, yes. Yeah, but I'm just saying it's been proposed and seconded. I haven't gone on to that yet. So we need good reasons now, planning reasons.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I've taken on board the comments with regards to the space standards, and I won't propose in that respect. However, I would when it comes to the usage of the outside loading space and the impact on that area there. I just don't feel that meets safety requirements, and it's been flagged up and discussed by a number of this committee. Now, how that gets worded in the correct terminology is down to you.
Let me try and be an assistance, and we'll get to a form of word. So I have to start with just sort of setting out what I think the context of the area is to see whether you agree with how I'm setting that out. So this is not a through road. There is an existing situation with the commercial premises which has deliveries and outside storage. And the change here is that you're going to have additional units over and above where people are going to access those units from a stairway at the back. They're going to access cycle parking across part of the delivery bay. So in the context of what you've got before you and the nature of the roadway and the surrounding environment, which is a rear cul-de-sac area, which is the servicing and access to those properties, what is the change which is most concerning you in terms of what will happen if this development is approved?
I think that was actually quite well highlighted by the chair in terms of the way that the stairwell comes out into that loading area towards the road. Whereas the previous application, whilst the overall footprint moved slightly, there wasn't such a prominence, which would have actually, I believe, and I think others would agree, would make it a safer and easier space to be used for that loading purpose.
So without putting words into your mouth, and please correct me if I go wrong, it's about the built form of the development as proposed, eroding the space available to accommodate the access, egress, the car parking and the servicing delivery of the commercial premises. If that, have I captured that appropriately?
And of course, it's not just the stairwell, it's also the bin store to a more limited degree. Right, are the officers happy that the wording is adequate?
So what we will do is the key thing that you need to do in your decision making today is to set out so that anybody watching outside knows exactly what the concerns were that you had. What we will do is we will, as we've just done, flesh that out before you go to the vote, and then we will find the appropriate policy backing to support that and to make sure that we can support your view as officers as we go forward. So the key bit is clear. You've explained that it's the taking away of availability of space there to accommodate everything that needs to be accommodated, and we'll make sure we capture the proper policy framework to accord with that.
Of course, we haven't actually decided yet. We haven't had the vote. So I think let's move. Let's move on. Oh, Councillor Tarling.
Chair, I didn't hear any of that. I didn't hear any of that.
Which? How far back?
So what I'm saying is the key thing that we need the committee to do on any resolution before it goes to the vote is to make sure it's absolutely clear in the room before you vote, and for anybody watching along, what the actual concerns are that you have. So those concerns have been voiced and clarified, so we've got those. We are currently checking in the background the specific policies that we think relate to those concerns. And if the vote is carried, and that is the reason that you may refuse the application, we will supplement the reason for refusal with the correct policy references to support the reason that you've given us.
And Chairman, I can add to that. So yes, we're still checking. We've identified what may be relevant, which is PP 35. There may be some other policies, but we're going to have to take it away, I think, and just, if members were to go with this.
We've had that one.
Yes, if members were to go this route.
Okay, so, Councillor Tarling.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think all the objections that have been raised here and the reasons for refusing are based on some very weak grounds. I think, much as I don't particularly like the development, and there's bits of it that don't sit right, and I've heard the ward councillors speak on this, and I agree there's issues. I don't think they're material facts to this application. The operation of this loading bay, I think you can see from street view that there's stuff already loaded there. That is not going to change for the want of these flats on here. Don't conflate the issues that already exist with those that will exist with potentially granting this application. I think architecturally, as I said previously, I think it's of quite low merit, the development. But again, I don't think that, we're not in a conservation area here where that would necessarily, in the balance, weigh in my favour. I'm concerned that, if we do refuse this, that we're going to open ourselves up to an appeal potentially on this. I know it shouldn't be a matter of fact for consideration, but it is something that keeps our officers busy, and I think they're busy enough as it is without giving them more work today. That we do actually establish the grounds, and I know officers I'm talking a lot, Madam Chair, just to give our officers a bit more time to find the facts and hopefully come back with the policies that we might be giving grounds to refuse on. But for my part, I'm really struggling to find grounds, or substantive grounds, on which we could show refusal. I haven't heard anything here so far that's substantial to hang a hat on to say yes, we could support a refusal of this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
No one else is indicating they wish to speak, so let's move to the vote. So the motion is that we refuse this application. So if you think the application should be refused, you're voting for. If you think it should be granted, you're voting against, or you're abstaining. Because the motion is that we refuse.
Sorry, Madam Chair, just a point of order. We're not, by voting against, we're not voting that we're supporting it should be granted.
No,
You're against the proposal to refuse.
That's correct, but what you said then was
Well, yeah,
not
but the
quite
implication
correct.
is if you're against refusing, you are accepting. I agree, it's semantics.
No, sorry, Madam Chair, that's not actually true.
The point made is technically correct. I agree with what's being said. I guess it's because obviously if this falls, then members may decide to do something else entirely, which could include deferment or whatever it happened to be. But on the resolution before you, which is to refuse the application for the reasons identified.
Thank you very much. Just a point of clarification. Madam Chair.
You're right. But
Thank you.
Yes. So if you are in favour of the motion to refuse, please vote now.
1, 2, 3.
If you are against the motion to refuse, vote now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And any abstentions?
3.
3. Okay. Now we need a motion for an alternative decision.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I propose as set out approval. Thank you.
Have we got a seconder for that? Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't quite hear what the proposer said, but to agree with the as set out by the planning officer that we delegate to grant approval with the conditions attached. Is that correct, Mr. Proposer?
Yes, that's set out, yeah.
Okay, so if you're happy with that motion, if you wish to accept the proposal to grant this permission, will you vote now?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
If you are not happy, if you want to vote against, vote now.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And any abstentions?
2.
3. 3.
Yeah, so that was 5 votes for, 4 votes against and 3 abstentions. So that move is carried.
So that is carried. So permission is granted. It is now 1:10. I suggest we take a lunch break for maximum of half an hour. Maximum of half an hour.
Sorry, Chairman, he's suggesting coming back at 1:40 then?
1:40, yes. 1:40 by my watch. I can't see. We haven't got. Oh, we have got a clock in there, but there's a bar across it, so I can't actually read it from here. So. So welcome back everybody for the afternoon session. Just to point out that we have lost another committee member. Had a medical appointment, so he has left at this point in order to do a very important personal appointment. So we move on now to what is scheduled as item 6C, which is Fairley, Westcliff Road, Bournemouth. So could we have the presentation, please?
Thank you, Chair. So for the next item is for Fairley, 16 Westcliff Road. The erection of a roof structure for emergency escape access and revised roof terrace and balustrades. It is part existing unauthorised. Some works have taken place, but I will discuss when it comes up in the presentation. So here we have the site location plan. The site is indicated by the red star. To the north we have Avon House, which is a large block of flats. To the east there is a public footpath running along the length of the site. And then to the south we have the public gardens and coastal area. So here's an aerial photo of the site with Fairley here. You can see it's surrounded by blocks of flats. It's just important to note that this photo, Fairley has had planning approval to build an extra storey to form 3 flats, and this which has been completed, and this photo does predate that permission. So onto the proposed site plan, we can see the roof structure for the emergency escape inset into the roof, with the 3 roof terraces to the south of the building, 1 for each of the previously approved flats. As I say, permission was granted in 2022 for 3 flats with roof terraces. So there have been roof terraces here previously approved in this location, and it's important to note that this does form a fallback, considering that the permission can be built in any case. So taking a closer look at the proposed roof plan, we can see the emergency escape structure inset into the roof. Coming off, we have some 1.1 metre high metal railings. And then to the south, you can see the roof terraces for flats 10, 11 and 12. They're bordered by 1.1 metre high glazing, with glazing along this south elevation here. So when this application was originally proposed, there was more of a mix of glass and metal running along the south elevation. It was felt that for a more consistent appearance that this should be replaced with glazing along this south elevation. It's 1.1 metre high, and this is in accordance with the earlier approval for this site, which granted roof terraces with the 1.1 metre high glazing. So this is reflected in this proposal. You can also see the taller roof structure here, and as I'll show you in the photos, it was considered, the height increase was considered acceptable due to the built-up context. So this is a view from the public gardens to the south, with Fairley here, and you can just see the top of the roof structure, and this is the element that has been built out already. And if you're south, getting closer to Fairley, it's noted that due to the inset of the higher roof structure, it does disappear from view. Onto the proposed north elevation, as a similar layout, these metal railings shown are the ones that are inset on the roof plan. So these do not extend right up to the edge here. And again, we see 1.1 metre high glazing with 1.3 metre high to the eastern and western sides. When you view from Westcliff Road, which looks onto this north elevation, the increase in the scale of the balustrades and the stair tower is unlikely to be largely perceptible from these views, given that Avon House screens the site. And again, the east elevation, you can see the glazing and the taller stair tower. These are some photos from the public footpath where you can see the taller structure. However, this is quite well screened by trees, and it was considered that given the built-up context that this wouldn't harm the character and appearance of the area. And here we have the west elevation also. So earlier I mentioned that approval was already given for roof terraces in this location, and I have outlined these in the blue outline. So in any case, this does form the fallback, and the roof terraces were found to be acceptable in this location. The orange dotted line now shows how far they extend to the south. In terms of impact on neighbours, the terraces are extending away from the neighbouring properties towards the public realm, and even with the separation distance, which is about 60 metres from the garden area, they're not considered to be overbearing. They're still good separation distances for neighbours surrounding the property. And it is also noted that the terraces do not extend further north towards Avon House. That was what previously approved. I note that the previous permission also obscure glazed the balustrades, and that is a condition added on to this application also. There was concerns raised of noise and disturbance from the roof terraces, and again, similar to the previous approval, a roof terrace management policy is proposed to be conditioned to mitigate impact on neighbours on this way. Therefore, in light of these points, it's not considered that the revised roof terraces nor the increased height of the emergency escape would harm the character and appearance of the area or neighbours. The extant approval was also a consideration, given that roof terraces were found to be acceptable previously in this location, and therefore it is recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Noakes. So, have we speakers?
Thanks,
I don't
Jay.
know why I say have we, because I know we have.
Yes, we have two objections by way of written statements. The first is from Dr. and Mrs. Hunt. One, the BCP planning meeting is being held on a working day, which prevents all residents from attending and presenting their legitimate objections. This is an undemocratic infringement of the human rights of all BCP Council residents by depriving them of the opportunity to speak at these important meetings. The submission of a short written note is not a suitable substitution. Two, The formal government regulations require a period of 21 days for objections to be submitted. This planning notice was posted on the 16th of June 2023, with any objections to be submitted by the 26th of June 2023. This time period of 2 weekends and 5 working days is considerably less than government guidance and impacts on the time available for responses. 3. The applications have been made by an experienced developer responsible for many similar rooftop developments in the BCP area. Making a series of applications may have been done to avoid objections. 4. A roof terrace was not included in the first planning application approved in 2020. It was approved by the Planning Committee in a second application in 2022, despite objections from residents and ward councillors. The size and design of the roof development was shown on the approved plans. The developer has now erected a building more than 2 metres high, more than twice the height approved. 5. Residents became aware that the rooftop construction was much bigger than approved. The planning department were informed immediately. Without this, unapproved work may have continued without the knowledge of BCP. Work continued after a visit from the enforcement officer. The enforcement officer forced this unapproved work to stop. 6. This unapproved development includes a rooftop erection which is unnecessarily large, extending to a height of more than 2 metres. The developer shows on their own website examples where a similar construction is restricted to a height of 1 metre. This type of construction, which is also used by numerous other developers, is considered to be a standard size and should be used at Fairley. Such an erection would then be consistent with the height constraints approved by the Planning Committee. 7. The development company has ignored the BCP Planning Authority and the legitimate complaints of residents and councillors. 8. Failure of the BCP committee to reject this proposal will signify to all developers that they can ignore the council's rules and residents. This would be a very dangerous precedent. 9. The developer can and should erect an appropriate emergency access within the dimensions, maintaining a height limit of 1 metre as set out in a previous approval using an existing construction as they have done elsewhere. 10. The planning application 7/2023-1227 AS should be rejected. And the second statement is from A. Patlovich. The main point of contention in this application is the huge, ugly 2.5 metre high shed structure erected early 2023 without permission. Why? Paragraph 21 mentions to meet building regulations, but which one? No specific regulation has been quoted, and if any did, why does it not apply equally to the 3 other roof access points? When the previous application was approved, no regulation problem arose, so what has changed? Has planning not failed us, particularly as the roof shed trashes council planning policies that are supposed to protect us against bad design, particularly in the conservation area? Conservation area specifically mentioned in the street notices, exclamation mark. A developer using a private building inspector can basically do as he likes. Planning should still be able to challenge such an applicant, otherwise there is a serious weakness in the council's control of private developments, but this situation has yet to be addressed. Why? However, one fact should trump any argument from the developer here. We have given planning solutions on the market which enable a developer to have any alleged relevant risks sorted with roof access heights of 1.1 metre or less. Why cannot planning insist on these solutions? Paragraph 24 attempts to play down residents' views of the huge shed by mentioning similar built form in the vicinity. The Fairley architects sent in many photos of buildings with unsightly roofs, but these, when analysed, were extremely tall buildings with water tanks on the roof out of sight, and thus no comparison with the ugly structure on Fairley, overlooked close up at the 3 to 5 storey level. Accordingly, we ask committee to take back planning control and have the shed reduced to 1.1 metre height and glazed. Annoyingly, there is an unfortunate inconsistency in the treatment of the railings issue in paragraphs 25 and 26. Paragraph 26 backtracks and tries to make out that the 2 sections of railings left are not obvious in view. This is totally incorrect, as the north elevation plan clearly shows Avon House will be left staring at 2 long stretches of rail in between glass balustrading. Can committee please insist on aesthetic consistency and no railings? Committee, when approving the previous application, was concerned about mutual overlooking of adjacent terraces. Planning in paragraph 20 has not even told us the extent of the increase or given the sizes of the proposed new terraces, which is not acceptable. Accordingly, we ask committee to refuse the increase in sizes because it will impact not only adjacent terraces, but there will be overlooking issues with neighbouring properties and increased noise pollution, and there will be no one in overall control of the site. Speaking in support, we have Eddie Fitzsimmons, who is here in person.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Councillors. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address you today. I just want to try and give you a clarity on what we're actually trying to achieve here today. And to do that, let me give you a little synopsis of what we've done in this journey. Initially, this was a building where we bought the roof space. It was a building that was dilapidated. The roof wasn't fit for purpose. So the residents came to us and said, you know, we don't have the money to repair this roof. We bought the roof space, so that took away the need for any maintenance. When we originally went to committee, your predecessors actually commented on us and said it was probably the best refurbishment they've seen in the area. I think we've done a fantastic job, and we've put in the roof space 3 new flats. One of the things you've got to appreciate from this is the objections were overlooking and maybe noise from the roof gardens. Prior to us having this building, prior to us actually doing the works here, this was a 3-storey building with 9 residents in it who had no issues whatsoever, and they could actually go up to that rooftop at any time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, through the emergency exit with the deck chair, the music and playing, and nobody could stop them. They legally owned the freehold of the building. What we've done is put 3 new units on the top, and we've actually put into a roof management system as well, which basically says you can't have lights after 11 o'clock, you can't have pets, you've got to make sure things are tied down. So we've actually made it a lot more secure. Can you possibly put the plan up, number 151? Is that possible? Okay.
Which plan, sorry?
151, just to show the changes. So the fallback position was people could always go on the roof. Now, people talk about overlooking. This is now only a 4-storey building. To the north and to the east are 13 storeys and 11 storeys. Anybody overlooking actually is coming from those buildings overlooking Fairlea. Fairlea doesn't overlook any buildings whatsoever. When you look at the plans, the actual changes we've made, 2 have been voluntary and 1's really been mandatory, and I'll explain why. When you get to understand the building and you're working on site over a period of time, it evolves and you get to understand the implications that come with the build. Initially, what we wanted to do was put glass where you see, I'll just stand up here a second. We want to put glass here, and this was going to be glass. We are getting massive winds from the Purbex, comes over to the south elevation, and the wind up there is absolutely horrendous. It was given advice by our structural engineers that with hindsight, you better to have railings so the wind could actually go through. Because if you don't and you have glass at the front and glass at the back, you're going to create this whirlwind and your furniture and things is going to be absolutely all over the place. So hence the reason we wanted to amend this application today to keep everything else glass, as we've done with the planning, but to change those 2 back there to railings which face the north. The second one we wanted to do was simply initially the terrace, which we have planning before, was going to stop here. And again, because of the deflection and the wind and the velocity of the wind, structural engineers said it would be better to put the glass onto the parapet, because that's a membrane and that's a concrete parapet. So they're the 2 voluntary changes that we wanted to amend. And third, the one that's talking about the objection, is this area here, which is the emergency escape. And what we want to do simply is to make that a size where 1 metre isn't sufficient. It's a spiral staircase below it. You've got to be in that rooftop, and if you need an emergency access, you've got to be run, open the door and escape, safe ingress, egress very, very quickly. If you have a 1.1 or a 1 metre door there, you have to bend down. You might not be of that age, you might not be of that health, it just doesn't make any sense. So hence we made it a 2 metre building. That's the 3 changes that we want to make. So the fallback position is we have planning, the roof gardens are built, the units are actually built. I think if you went down there today and had a look at the building, you'll be very, very surprised what we've done with a 1950s building. It looks absolutely fantastic, and hopefully you will appreciate that and and acknowledge the good work done by your planning officer and recommend approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then we have a written statement.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, so the statement from ward councillors. Unfortunately, neither Councillor David Dalton Gibson nor I are able to be present at the Planning Committee meeting on Thursday morning, and we would ask that a statement be read out at agenda item C when the committee will be considering the following application for the erection of a roof structure for emergency escape access and revised roof, terrace and balustrade, part existing unauthorised, location Fairley, 16 Westcliff Road, Bournemouth, BH2 5EZ. As ward councillors, Councillor David Dalton Gibson and I are writing to ask the committee to refuse the application of this unauthorised development for the following planning reasons. The proposal for a roof terrace was not included in the first Fairley planning application approved by the committee on the 30th of April 2020. It was the subject of the second application and approved by the planning committee on the 19th of May 2022, despite objections from residents and the ward councillors. The size and design of the roof development was given in detail in the plans approved by the committee. Without approval, the developer has now erected a building more than twice the height approved. Many residents quickly became aware that the rooftop development being constructed was much bigger in all its dimensions than that approved by the planning committee, especially the excessive height. The BCP planning department were informed immediately. However, no enforcement action was taken, nor a stop notice issued, and it appears that there had been no monitoring of the works despite objections to the unauthorised works by residents and ward councillors. Being aware of this, many residents informed the BCP Planning Enforcement Officer, and despite a visit from the Planning Enforcement Officer, the works continued. A second application was subsequently made to allow consideration of the unauthorised works rather than enforcement action being taken. This unauthorised development includes a rooftop erection which is considered out of scale and intrusive to other residential flats which overlook it. The developer shows on their website examples of other developments they have built where a similar construction is restricted to a height of 1 metre. This type of construction, which is also used by numerous other developers, is considered to be a standard size and should be used at Fairley. Such erection would then be consistent with the height constraints approved by the Planning Committee. There are well-placed concerns, particularly by the residents of Avon House, that there will be excessive light and noise pollution, which will disturb their residential amenity. This will be uncontrolled other than through compliance with the Roof Terrace Management Plan, which lacks the means for enforcement. The roof terraces shown on plan number 186361B, dated 9th of June 2023, shall only be used in accordance with the approved roof terrace management plan received by the Council on the 3rd of July 2023. On behalf of the local residents, Councillor David Dalton Gibson and I urge you to refuse the application. Regards, Councillor John Beasley.
Okay, so now we move on to questions. What, no questions? Oh.
Thank you, Chair. Could the officer just provide a flavour of the roof management plan with regards to any limits of how many people can go up there, the times, what they can do up there, etc. Thank you.
Yes, I will share the roof management plan just so it's viewable. So with regards to this, this is the same roof management plan which accompanied the original application for the roof terraces. In this case, there was concern from residents about pets on the roof terraces. So the management plan was updated with point 9, which prohibited pets. But for consistency, the roof management plan has been included on this application as it has done on the previous one, and it will be conditioned for the roof terraces to be in compliance with this.
Thank you for that. So obviously it's saying, number one, restricted to occupiers. So does that mean no guests?
I think it was more to do with congregation, but also in terms of the terrace management itself. We're including this in planning, but ultimately it is also down to the management of the flats themselves to control their use.
So in theory, it is going to be guests and there's no restriction on the number of people. And then similarly, obviously, we see on the plan there were escape gates to allow you to get to the main entrance. Is there, obviously, you by definition, it shouldn't be used only in emergency, but should the plan call that out a bit more to say you shouldn't be using those gates to go from one terrace to another?
Thank you for your point. However, on the original application for the roof terraces, they also did include escape gates, and no further conditions were added in that case to in relation to the escape gates.
And just lastly, obviously, where it says noise ambient, obviously because it's away from other people, that doesn't really say much. And similarly, lighting not excessive, again, how you treat excessive. So, just be too vague, and I think that's probably what the neighbouring people say is, yeah, how do they know there's not going to be blasting music, because ambience of different types of things. So thanks for that.
If I can just come back with a bit further on that. So when we get to the committee, we as officers have gone through the application and we've tried to get the right balance in terms of how we reached our recommendation. And what we've done here is we've used the same controls that were in place for the previous approval with the added addition of the prohibition for pets. Because of that fallback position that it's on there, we feel as officers acceptable. However, if members are not satisfied with what is there, it's within your gift to change the nature of condition 4. So rather than being something which confirms that which is on the screen, you could ask it to require the submission of a further plan to go beyond what you've got there. The reason I wouldn't advocate doing that is because the applicant does have the fallback position of the existing areas, which are not much smaller than what is being applied for now, and that is very similar to the controls that are on the screen. So that's why we as officers are happy with what's been put up before you. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Martin.
Just wanted to ask a technical question, because the chap that talked on behalf of the Fairley, he said that before the flats were built, all members of the flat block were able to use the roof terrace, but it seems now that that situation has changed. It's only the occupiers of the top floor flats. So like when all of them could use it, one would assume that it was like a communal area, and you'd be less likely to go up there because you've got to cart all your furniture with you. Whereas now it's like permanent little garden areas where people are more likely to use it. So I think there will be a more frequent use. It's changed. I mean, like, the residents in the lower flats, can they still use the roof terrace now?
No, it's the roof terraces are for the previously approved 3 new flats.
Okay, yeah.
Councillor Tarley.
Thank you. Obviously the means of escape that we're talking about is the principal staircase that goes into the main existing stair core. The existing looks like the roof lights that open to give access to these roof terraces, obviously previously agreed. Is that a means of escape out of the flat over the roof, or is it purely as a means of escape from the roof terrace? So is it a means of escape from the flat? In other words, if far in my flat, I can get out through the roof terrace and over the flat, or is it purely as a means of escape from the roof terrace?
Yeah, the roof terraces do have the escape doors on them to be used.
That's not actually my point. The escape, traditionally, it means of escape from a building, it's horizontal and vertical. And normally when you talk about vertical means of escape, it's downstairs. but potentially in some instances you might wish to go upstairs to get across the roof to get out again. Are the stairs in the three flats, so stairs come up through I'm taking it's an opening roof light, it's not contained in this application. Is it the intention to come out from the flat in case of fire, go across the roof and then go down the main escape stair?
I think if I take that one, because there's a sort of conflation of two issues there, so if I understand the question correctly. So we've got the issue about means of escape, which is a building regulation issue, and then there will be requirements in place to make sure that the people can get in and out of the flats in the event of a fire, and then get on and off the roof in the event of a fire, and that's what one of the speakers you've heard today was talking about in terms of the rationale of the height of the access of the main stair. I think separately there's an issue about how might people access these roof terraces. So what we're saying is there is not control in place. So if I am the occupant of flat 11 and I abide by the roof management plan, I can access that via that roof light. I can also access it via the main stair core. So they would have a choice in that regard. So from a planning perspective, we're happy that they can access it by even means. We're not looking to restrict the way in which they access their roof terrace.
Thank you. There was actually an ulterior motive behind me, a planning related question that followed that one. If that was the case, then there'd be a requirement to provide some lighting up there as a means of escape. Although the roof management plan restricts its hours, if it was a means of escape from the flat below, in theory you could have a fire at night time, and presuming the fire hadn't actually broken through to the roof above, it might be potentially quite dark up there, and you'd need to provide lighting as a means of escape. So to pick up on Councillor Hilliard's point about the acceptable level of lighting, there may be a requirement to provide some lighting for the means of escape. So there will be something required, and I would, well, I'm not going to make a proposal now, Madam Chair, but I suggest that we take Councillor Hilliard's question and perhaps look at the recommendation on lighting, bearing that in mind as well. Thank you.
Any more questions?
I have a question about the structure on the top. The original application, I think, had it at 1.1 metres. I think the gentleman explained that you'd have to duck to get into it, which I sort of get the point, but then why did they put a planning application in for 1.1 metres? And I think that somewhere else in here, it does mention that there are examples in the area of 1.1 metres. So I'm just confused about why, if there are alternatives that are acceptable, they haven't been investigated. And actually, are there alternatives, or is that a red herring?
Advice, please.
So I think, so let's go back one step to come forward. So your role today is to determine the acceptability of what's before you. And so, although it might be nice sometimes, we can't think about what other alternatives might be more acceptable or less acceptable. You've got to come to a view on what's acceptable. The key thing I would highlight is to keep in mind the context within which this building sits. So the likely concerns that might be created by the increase of height of that part of the structure is how visually dominant it might be as a skyline feature, and in terms of whether it erodes the overall character appearance of the building. When you go, if you go back one first for me. So if you look at that plan, that is not a view that you will ever see as a human being. And so when we have these plans, we have to sort of translate those into where would we see that view from. So if we're standing at ground level and looking up, then there's a foreshortening because of the edge of the building. So the height as it's shown on that plan might not be as visible if you were stood in the area. If you want to go on. And that's why the photographs seek to try and demonstrate the photographs. Sorry, I wasn't very clear then, it's my fault. That's why the photographs that we've included in the presentation seek to try and demonstrate how this is going to sit within the context of other buildings. So when you're coming to a view about the acceptability or not of what's before you, have in mind not only what it looks like in plan form, but how that might be perceived in reality in the context of what else is going on around it. Thank you, Chair.
No, I accept that, Alex. I understand that. I'm not really saying how I feel about it at this point. We don't have a photograph from any of the flats that look down on it to see what it looks like. I don't believe, and don't think I saw one. And I was just intrigued as to why, you know, the developer has done something that was specifically against the plan he put in. That was really my main issue.
Nothing forthcoming. Councillor Salmon.
Can I just ask for clarification, how much weight, if any, should we give to the fact that people who live in flats above, that look over it, couldn't see it? Because I'm not sure I understand.
I'm going to look to my colleagues to contradict me if they disagree. It's a really interesting one, this. So when we talk about visual amenity, we tend to talk about visual amenity available from public vantage points. And the reason we tend to talk about public vantage points is we are here to protect the wider public interest. So we have to take a view on from what vantage points might that roof be visible, and who is it harming if there are other features and lumps and bumps on the roof that weren't there before. So in this instance, we've got two things to take into consideration. Originally, there would have been a roof of quite with less stuff going on it. But there has already been an approval, which means that we introduced the overrun and the balustrade areas. So that fallback position has to be key in your mind as a decision maker. You can't undo that because that already exists. And so what you're assessing is that increase of height of the area that allows for access into the main stair core and the changes to the balustrades, are they sufficiently significant that they would be easily perceptible to people living in the units around them? And the fact that they can see them, is that in itself harmful? Is it harmful that you can see something different? Is it actually doing anything different to the view that they have available to them?
Okay, looks as though we're on to discussion, debate. Anyone want to say, make a point? No? Right, Councillor Chandler.
Only as much as someone needs to start off some discussion points. I'm actually in favour of this application. I see that there's no massive harm here. I understand the rationale in terms of the slight increase in size on the terraces. I don't see any harm from changing those balustrades from glass to metal railings, and I can't see that there's going to be a massive detrimental effect of a slightly larger structure for people to have emergency access. So unless I'm persuaded otherwise, I'm kind of in favour of this.
Councillor Starling.
Thank you. I'm not scratching my head, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm in support of this. I can't see any substantive objections, except for a point that Councillor Hilliard made about lighting. And perhaps if we add a condition, additional condition that an approved lighting plan is agreed, and there's persistence of that lighting plan, adherence to it, so that I'm not talking about the odd candles or stuff like that on the roof terrace. I think it'd be quite nice, but we don't want people putting floodlights up there other than above. That might be required, as I said, for the means of escape lighting, that I think will be required. Thank you.
Additional condition.
So I'd like to provide some advice on that, because I'm trying to. So when we impose any condition, it has to be necessary. So effectively, what we're saying is, without this condition, we'd be refusing this application. And I think what was raised was about the lighting. So Councillor Tarling made the point about there needing to be constant lighting for anything which is a means of escape, and other issues about having lighting on that roof. I think we need to. So we're in a situation where we've got a mixed environment. There are buildings on the other side which have windows which will possibly be emitting light at any time, and also we're in an urban environment where there'll be other sources of light. There'll be street lighting and other things. So taking that as the backdrop, what specific luminaires on the roof would be the concern for the committee that we would need to control?
Thank you. Just to come back on that point, there's lots of luminaires I think that could be approved, and I'm not particularly upset about that, but I've worked with a lot of different external luminaires, and there's some ones that are very bright and might shine towards somebody else's property. It's a condition that, and somebody might wish to change a luminaire to a high-powered LED spot flood lamp, and it be angled in a way perhaps to offer light over their terrace. This is obviously just protecting the future residents by ensuring that the luminaire you have is specifically for the purposes of fire escape and not for a fixed light for the purpose of illuminating these roof terraces.
Can I ask a much more basic question? Is there any lighting on the roof terraces included in any approved or this plan? I wasn't aware of any.
No.
Okay, so I think what we could tie into what you're saying is that, so we've got the what's on the plan in terms of the roof management plan, but I think maybe we can also have a standalone condition which talks about an external lighting plan to ensure that any external lighting is positioned in such a way that it is focused downward, not towards adjoining residential and neighbouring residential properties, and not directed upward into the sky. So we at least have an understanding of where the lighting is going and minimise its spillage onto other affected properties. Is that?
Yep, that's in essence really what I hope to achieve.
I'm trying to read number 6 and I'm struggling, but it's something to do with
says no
lighting.
excessive lighting, no excessive lighting. So I guess what we're talking about now is a condition that might give greater clarity to what lighting is acceptable.
That's exactly the point. Thank you.
We seem to be talking about two different issues here: emergency lighting and ordinary lighting, ongoing lighting. Are we not?
I think the way I would describe it is we've got two issues we're addressing. So we've got the lighting condition that we've just been discussing would capture all the fixed lights on the roof area and access to the roof area to make sure they're installed in a way, in a manner which minimise any impact of those on surrounding properties. What the management plan talks about is how people actually use the terraces. So if somebody added lights to the terrace or did something on a short-term basis which included lights on the terrace, disco lights or something of that nature, that could be governed by the management plan. So we've now got two levels of control. We've got a level of control of all the fixed lighting, which is always there, and we'd also, for the management plan, have a level of control of any non-permanent lighting which might be present on the terraces to make sure that they're not excessive.
No, again, to speed this along and suggest, I'm going to recommend that we grant this on the conditions laid out, plus the additional one on fixed lighting. Thank you.
Thank you. Have we got a seconder? It's been proposed and with the additional condition. Those who are happy to accept this planning application, please indicate now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Those against?
None.
Abstentions? 1. Thank you. So that is passed. So we can move on now to the next application, numbered 6D, which is land at the rear of 91 The Grove, Christchurch. So while the officers are getting set up, we have a short pause.
So,
do this straight away.
Yes, I'll make the statement.
Yes. So before we get on to the presentation itself, the interim director of planning, head of planning, get it right one day. I know, because he's only interim. I only said interim, not permanent. Has a statement to make about this application.
Thank you, Chair. So in the correspondence we've received on this application, there have been concerns raised by other parties about land ownership relating to the red line of the application site that's before you. Having done further assessment in the run-up to this committee, we feel that we should investigate further this issue before granting any final decision on the application. However, that does not stop you as a committee coming to a view on the acceptability of the proposal today. Therefore, we want to have a verbal update of the recommendation. The new recommendation before you today is to delegate powers to the head of planning to approve the application, subject to officers having satisfied themselves as to the position regarding any certificate of ownership and related issues such as description development in respect of this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Chairman, so just one other thing, and that would have to also include the recommendations for the 106.
Yeah, I was just going to ask about that.
Yes.
I was going to ask about the 106 and so on.
As well.
Yes. Okay, so now I'm hoping that Miss Haynes is ready for the presentation.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
And we can see the screen as well.
Thank you. Okay, this application before us today is for a minor amendment to a bungalow to the rear of the existing property at 91 The Grove that was previously approved at committee in 2021. The application seeks to vary condition 2 relating to the approved plans, condition 4 relating to the tree protection measures and a pre-commencement meeting relating to this, and condition 11 relating to parking arrangements on the site. The key amendment that is being proposed as part of this application involves the conversion of an integral garage into a bedroom with changes to the fenestration to replace a garage door with a window. In reference to the proposed variation of condition 4, this effectively seeks permission to proceed with the development without complying with the aspect of condition 4 that required a pre-commencement meeting as the development commenced without this meeting taking place. It should be pointed at this stage that the dwelling has been built but is yet to be completed, and therefore the proposal is part retrospective. This is the location plan showing the red line that we've been provided, and this demarcates the application site. As you can see here, it marks out a garage. This has been removed as part of the development that's been built and as part of what was previously approved. You can just about see it here on the aerial image on the other side of the slide. It's below the trees there. And effectively, this aerial image shows the previous condition of the site, which was obviously as a former rear garden of 91 The Grove, and is enclosed by established dwellings around it. To the north is the backland development in the glade. There's 2 The Glade and 1 The Glade here. As sort of alluded to before, there are a number of trees within the site and close to its boundary which are covered by a TPO. This includes a Scots pine which lies in the garden of 2 The Glade but close to the site boundary. So the block plan which shows the position of the dwelling on the site and in relation to neighbouring properties, including 2 The Glade, as pointed out on the previous slide. The following slides I've set out because it's comparing it with what's been approved and where we're now changing it, or what the application now proposes to change it to. I've cross-referenced between the 2 plans for assistance to see the differences that are now being proposed with this application. So you can see on this side we have the approved site plan for the bungalow, which shows a garage parking, car parking here. And you'll also note that the driveway is shorter. And on this side, this is the proposed amended site plan showing the changes. And as I pointed out previously, the key change being the conversion of the garage parking to a bedroom and an ensuite. You will also note that the driveway has been extended in length, and this is to accommodate the required parking space, 2 parking spaces along the driveway, in lieu of the previous situation, which obviously provided 1 within the garage and 1 on the driveway. I should also clarify at this point, in reference to the driveway, notwithstanding the questions relating to ownership, that the width as measured of this plan does vary. At the front here, it's a bit narrower, about 3.2 metres, but as you extend further back, it is wider here, where it flanks the back garden of 91 and is wider at about 3.5 metres in width. As I said, this is the site plan that was amended through the course of the application, and through consultation with the Highway Authority, and Highways have reviewed this and considered the parking and turning layout that's set out on this driveway to be acceptable. This slide here shows again the approved ground floor plan with the garage parking, as can be seen here. It's also worth pointing out at this stage that there's another change that has been made, which is that here there is a cornered edge. If I turn to the proposed changes of this proposed floor plan, you have the bedroom, but also a chamfered edge in this location. This is a slight modification and reduction, actually, in the footprint of the dwelling as a result of this chamfered edge. This is the approved and proposed now roof plans, and you can see that it is largely the same, albeit 1 change being the inclusion of a small roof light. This is a high-level roof light that would serve the bathroom at the ground floor level via a roof tunnel, effectively, so it would not provide any views towards the neighbours. Now turn to the elevations as approved and the elevations as proposed. So you'll see from this slide that the key changes again are the insertion of a window in place of the garage door to serve the bedroom. You'll also just about be able to make out the chamfered edge to the wall, but that will be better seen in the later photographs of the bungalow. As I said, this has been built with this change. I should also point out that these are the external changes and that there are no other external changes, and the changes do not increase the size of the bungalow. So the ground floor window here faces towards the boundary fence with to the glade. This acts to screen the views towards the side elevation of this neighbouring property, where there are ground floor windows. On this basis, it is considered that the proposed external changes here would not harm the residential amenities of this neighbouring property. I should also point out at this stage, in discussing the residential amenities, the previously approved application, which was considered by the Planning Committee in 2021, was resolved to approve the application subject to adding of a condition, an additional condition, removing permitted development rights for alterations and extensions to the roof of the bungalow. It is, however, stressed that this was not part of the recommendation to the committee. Unfortunately, this condition was omitted from the decision notice. Whilst noted that the comments have been made in respect of this as part of this application about having the condition reimposed, effectively, it's the officer's view that such a condition is not necessary to make the development acceptable, and this is because any extensions to the side elevations under permitted development would be required to have obscure glazed openings, thus restricting any overlooking. Any rear roof extension would face down the garden of the new dwelling, away from the neighbouring properties. There can be no roof extension on the front elevation, under permitted development, and any increase in the bulk from such dormer additions would be adequately separated. The bungalow would be adequately separated away from the neighbours so as not to result in an overbearing, unacceptable overbearing impact or loss of outlook to these neighbours. In addition, due to the modest size of the bungalow, the hipped roofs and overall height of it altogether, it has limited areas which would facilitate a subsequent loft conversion under permitted development. So it's felt that there are safeguards in place to sort of prevent that harm to the residential amenities of the neighbouring properties around the site, including to the glade. This is the proposed landscape plan, which was included because that forms part of it, of the approved plans list. You can see this shows the extended driveway, which is the only change to the external areas of the site. You will see that the extended driveway extends into the canopy spread of this protected Scots pine. The tree officer did raise concerns over this change and requested that a tree protection plan and method statement for the construction of the driveway in this location be provided, and this was provided as shown here. This is the tree protection plan. You'll see the blue area of the driveway, which is hatched blue, which is within the RPA of the Scots pine, is to be constructed of cell web. The tree officer has reviewed this arboricultural assessment and tree protection plan, and on the basis that it is carried out in accordance with these documents, raises no objection to this this change. There are also concerns that have been raised relating to the fact that the development commenced without a pre-commencement meeting, namely the removal of the demolition of the garage that I pointed out at the beginning of the presentation, but also the construction of the bungalow. However, the tree officer has advised that the development that's been carried out has not resulted in an unacceptable impact on the long-term health of the tree or any of the trees in the surrounding the site that you can see here on this slide. This slide here shows photographs of the bungalow as built. As I said at the beginning, it's been built, but it hasn't yet been completed, and as you can see, is not ready for occupation yet. So it's not occupied. You can see the key change with the chamfered edge here, and also the raised floor level to enable the conversion of the garage to a bedroom. This photo on the other side shows the sort of rear elevation looking onto the back garden. This is in accordance with the approved plans for the bungalow. So the key changes, as I pointed out on the elevation slide, is this elevation in this, that you can see in this photograph here. These are photographs taken from the driveway showing the built bungalow here in the corner. You can see it better here in relation to the site boundaries, boundary fencing. You can see further back into the rear garden, there's the Scots pine. And looking the other way, it's down the driveway towards the front of the site and the road, the access onto the road. The driveway surfacing is yet to be completed, but is proposed to be laid as tarmac up to the bungalow, and then in the area where it's marked to be parking and turning is to be paviers. And that was as previously agreed for the approved development. And these are some final further photographs that show the bungalow more from the rear of the site, so standing in the rear garden. Again, you can see the Scots pine, and also here you can see the relationship with the neighbouring dwellings to the glade, and the roof of the glade behind there. So to summarise, the proposed changes to the dwelling and the parking layout are considered to be acceptable and do not harm the visual amenities of the site or wider street scene. The changes to the fenestration are not considered to result in any adverse impact on residential amenities of neighbouring properties. The proposal makes provision for 2 parking spaces and a turning space in the driveway in accordance with the parking SPD, and there are no objections that have been raised by the Highway Authority in respect of highway safety. The provision of the cell web would ensure the proposed extension to the driveway would not harm the protected Scots pine, and the development has been carried out has not resulted in harm to this tree or to any of the trees. The proposal would therefore accord with the local plan policies and the MPPF, and on this basis approval is recommended subject to the list of conditions set out in the report and obviously the completion of the 106 and the resolution over the ownership matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Haynes. So we have some statements and some speakers, I believe.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, the first speaker in objection is Dr. Julian Sandell, and he's here in person. So if you'd like to come forward.
Councillor Podvan, fellow councillors, my allotted time is limited, so I intend to be brief. I must bring to your attention the unauthorised developments that have followed the planning permission that this committee granted some 20 months ago. Describing these changes in the developer's own words, I quote, "The principal aim is to form an additional bedroom with ensuite from what was originally intended to be the garage." And that is despite the original description clearly requesting permission to build a 2-bedded bungalow. Photographs of the footings, I haven't submitted these, so I appreciate these are inadmissible, from March 2022 clearly show that the builders were following different plans than those that had been submitted and approved. Their garage story was pure fantasy. They were building a 3-bedded bungalow with or without this committee's permission. Applying Finney's case law, these changes are clearly unauthorised. The developers are not at liberty to amend the description from the original permission, full stop. Considering permitted development rights, we've heard this from the case officer. When the application was granted on the 23rd of November 2022, all 12 councillors, 2 who are in this room, voted unanimously for full permitted development right restrictions to be imposed as one of the planning conditions. However, procedural failings have resulted in this condition not being applied. Your case officer reports in her report, regrettably, the condition added by the committee decision, PDR restrictions, was omitted from the decision notice issued. The developer's representative, their architect, I won't mention names, was in attendance at that committee meeting and was fully aware that PDR restrictions were to be imposed. And so when they later purchased the plot on the 3rd of February in 2022, sorry, forgive me, 3 months later, he would have known that this was a condition of your grants. Why is this important? We've heard from the case officer who, in her statement, has really failed to appreciate the impact on neighbours. To the Glade, built 19 years ago as a brownfield development, has a clear first floor glass roof directly adjacent to this 3rd bedroom's window, just 9.5 metres away. Its sightlines, my sightlines, overlook the garage bedroom below, causing serious privacy issues for both parties, not just myself, if allowed. The Ombudsman has investigated this matter. This committee's failure to restrict PD rights and identified 3 procedural failings. Number 1, minuting of committee meeting minutes. Number 2, processing and checking decision notices. And number 3, managing complaints. And this investigation is ongoing, with Labour's contacted me this morning to say that the Ombudsman has spoken to them whilst this committee has been in session. However, this committee chooses to solve the problems with PDR. I must insist that as a condition, future PDR restrictions must be fully reinstated. Mentioning boundaries, thirdly then, The boundary issues with 3 neighbours impact vehicular access to the site and remain unresolved.
Dr. Sandell, you are.
Sorry. That much comment.
On this occasion, I'll allow it. We'll absolutely.
Affects vehicular access, and they remain unresolved, with the developer wrongly claiming possessory title, adverse possession and squatters' rights, which is simply not the case. Finally, might I ask why the developers are seeking just to vary conditions 2, 4 and 11, when they also would appear to be in breach of conditions 6, 7, 8 and 9 of their original permission. Offering a solution to these problems, I'm a doctor, not a planner, this committee must fully reinstate future PDR restrictions whilst ensuring that the developers meet their original description satisfactorily. It is not too late for the approved garage to be completed without financial hardship or structural change. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, and the second statement is a written statement from Mel Webb. Thank you for the opportunity to air my concerns. One concern has arisen since the original planning was considered. It is clear that this application not only plans to use my land, but requires it for reasonable safe passage of access. The boundary, as drawn with a red line in site plan, comes right to my garage wall, converting my wall into a party wall. This inaccuracy has to be a planning issue, constituting an irrefutable impact on my property. For clarity, the red line, accompanied or not by Certificate A, involves using my land. In addition to the misalignment of this new boundary with my front boundary fence, a simple exercise measuring the widths of adjacent properties 87 and 89 and the original plot of 91 supports the clear fact that the plans use my land for their driveway. The plots are 50 feet at the front as they are at the rear. They are rectangular and mirrored by those on Canberra Road. Although boundary disputes have been said to fall under civil matters, this discrepancy impacts the validity of access to the property and highways, thus a planning concern. The drive is not 3.7 metres wide. As per the TP1, its width of only 2.58 metres makes it not possible for a transit van to safely navigate. During construction, the fence of 91 was damaged, and I am concerned about possible damage to my snug utility area garage wall. The inevitable parking on the Grove curb creates arboricultural and highway safety issues. Indicative of the necessity and motivation to use my land, I have been threatened in writing that my garage might need to be moved. This underlines how narrow the proposed access is. If granted as drawn, I will no longer have access to my garage wall, which is a snug utility area with windows and door, and is due to be converted to a bedroom. Access I have always had. Am I to accept cars now travelling centimetres from a single skin wall of my house? Surely the planning system exists to ensure situations like this that result in impact to neighbours' land and property and raise safety, highways and arboricultural issues do not arise. It cannot be right that this application couldn't use my land. I'm also concerned about the additional noise and pollution from cars, extra cars and residents that will come from changing this property from 2 beds to 2 to 3 beds. I already have an access road on the other side of my property. With the concerns about condition 4, my land access, the tree and permitted development issues, and that this planning has been referred to the Ombudsman, I would ask for planning to pause until these matters are resolved. With kind regards, Mel Webb. We have a speaker in support of the application, and that is Chris Neal.
Hello again, members. The planning officer has comprehensively explained the full details of the history of the site and the proposed scheme in her presentation to you. But principally, this variation of condition application seeks to convert an approved internal garage to a bedroom and amend the site layout to accommodate parking and turning for 2 vehicles. The approved dwelling has been largely built and remained empty since it was completed towards the end of last year, and thus this forms a strong material fallback position. I wish to now briefly outline the main considerations why we feel planning permission should be granted today in line with the officer recommendation. Firstly, principle and character. The proposed changes do not involve any increase in the size of the building, and externally the only change will be the replacement of the approved garage door with a window to match other windows on the bungalow and a small chamfer to the side of the bungalow. These changes are minor in nature and do not affect the design of the building to any material extent that there would be no material harm to the wider character and appearance of this area. Due to the setback of the bungalow, these minor changes would not readily be perceived from any public vantage point. In terms of neighbouring amenity, the proposed amendments do not alter the position, height or scale of the development. Therefore, the physical impact of the proposed bungalow in relation to the surrounding properties is unchanged from the previous approval. The new bedroom window would have adequate outlook and receive sufficient natural daylight, and being on the ground floor, it would overlook its own driveway and would not lead to unacceptable loss of privacy to any neighbouring dwellings. When looking out of the window, occupants would look at the fence that separates this property and the glade, and there wouldn't be views into the neighbouring property. Whilst concerns have been raised regarding potential noise and disturbance from vehicle movements along the driveway, the implemented and thus vehicle movements along the drive and turning movements would be largely in the same location for the same number of cars. Thus, the amended dwelling would not give rise to a significant increase in activity and associated movements beyond what's already been approved. In terms of trees, the sizing of the dwelling remains unchanged from that of the as-built bungalow on the site, which the council already accepted could be erected and would be compatible with the long-term retention of mature trees at the site. The tree report submitted with the application has detailed measures to safeguard the tree's rooting area, including the installation of cell web into the root protection zones, and the tree officer has advised that these details are acceptable, subject to the installation being supervised by an arboricultural consultant. Whilst it's regrettable and was an honest mistake on behalf of the developer that the permission commenced without first having a pre-commencement meeting as per the requirements of condition 4, the demolition of the garage and works were underway on construction of the bungalow by the time the council's tree officer visited the site, and the officer noted that the tree protective fencing that was erected on site was acceptable, and that the works that had been carried out were unlikely to have had any negative effects on the long-term health of the trees. In addition, whilst the arboriculture information was submitted prior to the commencement of the development, and nor were the contents agreed at pre-commencement meeting, the tree officer has subsequently confirmed that the details in respect to the condition can be discharged. Therefore, the lack of the pre-commencement meeting would not warrant refusal of the application today, and your officer comprehensively explains in her report why this does not go to the heart of the permission. In terms of highways, the application seeks to vary condition 11, which related to the parking arrangement and reflects changes to the scheme made during construction. 2 car parking spaces with a turning head are proposed to ensure vehicles can enter and leave in a forward gear. The parking provision provided remains in accordance with the parking standards, and the highway officer has no objection to the scheme. Despite the applicant having nearly completed the bungalow, which does not have permitted development rights removed, and the officer deeming it would be unreasonable to withdraw permitted development rights, the applicants are still willing to accept a condition which removes permitted development rights for the dwelling, to do so following their previous request. So in summary, councillors, the alterations to the wording of condition 4 and the substitution of the previously approved garage with a bedroom as shown with amendments to the parking layout will have no material impact on the design quality of the scheme and its relationship with neighbours or highway safety, nor will it cause any harm to the protected trees at the site. I hope you agree with your officer's recommendation and their team leaders' recommendation to grant permission and vote in favour of approving the scheme. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Councillor Phipps is online, ready to go when you are.
Oh yes, I see.
Thank you. Okay. Yep. Right.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairman. So you've already heard a lot and you're probably just going to hear some of this again, I think, but an original planning application for a 3-bedroom bungalow with a garage was withdrawn. A second application for a 2-bedroom bungalow was granted in November 21. And you have heard the Planning Committee unanimously agreed that a condition of grant was that permitted development rights would be removed. When the decision notice was issued, BCP failed to add that condition. This application now seeks to make the dwelling 3 bedrooms instead of 2 and change the parking. This includes converting an approved integral garage to a 3rd bedroom and to replace the garage door with a window and amend the site layout to attempt to accommodate parking and turning for 2 vehicles. One neighbour believes that putting a window into the garage door for a third bedroom will impede on his privacy. The window was never envisioned when the original grant for a 2-bedroom bungalow was given. You've heard that a bone of contention is the driveway to this property, which is alleged by neighbours extend into their land. The officer's report states that the current application is accompanied by Certificate A, which confirms that the applicant now owns the land within the red line area. But that cannot be the case, as neither neighbour has sold the northernmost strip of land within the red line. And the red line extends too far north, touching one wall of the neighbour's garage, as you've heard. There's an original fence post visible from previous fencing on the proposed driveway about a foot from the garage, which suggests the real boundary line. There is a land registry map which factually explains the actual and real measurements of the driveway according to land registry dimensions. That allows the width of the driveway to the new property to the rear to actually be calculated and not just interpreted on a red line. Measurements from this land registry appear to show the actual width of the driveway at around 2.58 metres, but this width would also have to include a boundary fence, which could reduce the width further. You certainly wouldn't get a transit van up there. So tests within policies KS 11 and 12 ask that acceptable access and parking facilities will be provided to give safe access onto the existing transport network and adequate vehicle parking facilities to serve the needs of the development. The access owned by the applicant, it could be said, is factually proven from the land registry documents to be too narrow. And even if it were 3.7 metres wide as alleged, someone only needs to park in the wrong place at the end by the new house and vehicles will have to reverse down the very long driveway onto the road. Is this safe? In addition, paragraphs 57 and 58 of the report, you will note that to attempt to comply with KS 11 and 12 and ensure turning space, the driveway is extended into a root protection area of a protected pine tree. So the factual information from the land registry shows the driveway owned by the applicant is not wide enough, but obviously the applicant says it is, and this does need proper investigation. This is a material planning consideration for the determination of this application. I note the new recommendation. However, I believe you still have 3 choices here. To grant, as suggested, and if you do, please, as agreed by the applicant, ensure the removal of permitted development rights, as was agreed in November 21. However, I do believe there are unresolved material planning issues relating to the access, and I have some very stressed and very distressed residents who feel their land is being taken by stealth. And any grant could actually condone that. If granted, I'd like to know if it is proved that the drive isn't wide enough, then what happens to the grant? Or you could refuse on the grounds of no safe access, contrary to policies KS 11 and KS 12, or you could defer, which could be preferable, I believe, until there is absolute clarification on the factual measurements of the driveway and the land actually owned by the applicant. And then this application could come back again for proper determination. But obviously, that's all down to you. And I do hope you will seriously take into account all the representations you have heard. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Phipps. I'm just going to turn to Alex and see if he's wants to add anything or just re-emphasise what you said at the start.
Thank you. So I'll start, and our legal advisor may come in a second. So the key thing to highlight here is that we are not the determining authority in land disputes. So we as a council cannot say that piece of land is yours and that piece of land is yours. That's not our role. Our role is to make sure that the notice certificate with an application is correct. The purpose of that notice certificate is to alert anybody who is a landowner on land affected by a planning application that planning application has gone in. It is for them separately to the planning system to exercise any of their private property rights to stop something going ahead. The reason in this instance that we are concerned with the allegations that have been made is that if these property owners take steps to take back land which they suggest is in their ownership, that would change the width of the access way to the side of this development. And so what we don't want to do is be in a situation where we grant a planning consent, then land is taken away from the access because we've not assessed the suitability of this development with a narrower access. The assessment before you is on the basis of the access shown in the plans. So to be clear, what we are now suggesting is that if the committee are minded to approve this application, before we grant any consent, we would go back and we would seek to understand on the balance of probability who has the stronger argument. We are not the arbiters. We will not decide who owns that land, but we need to have a better level of evidence before us to safeguard the council, to make sure that on the balance of all the evidence that we've seen, we're sufficiently happy that the development as shown on the plans can come forward.
Thank you. So I suggest, sorry.
I was invited, so I'll comment on that. Yes, the situation is probably even slightly more complicated in the sense, and the point made by Councillor Phipps is correct, that when someone submits an application, they have to complete what's called a certificate of ownership. And that certificate of ownership has to identify whether they are the sole owner or other parties are owners as well. And depending on the situation, they then have to give notification to the parties. Legally, one of the problems with an incorrect certificate is it can actually render the application invalid if it's not correctly completed. So whilst everything Alex said was absolutely correct, it is correct that also that we should be satisfied as best we can, and it may be impossible for us to review and ultimately may be a court matter, but as best we can, we should be showing we've properly investigated the matter, but done the best we can. So I agree with all of that. The other thing I'd say is I also agree, as happens with what Councillor Phipps said, on all the options available to you. And if you prefer any of those options, then they are available to you. And yeah, there is no perfect answer to this aspect at this moment. So I'm happy to comment on any of those options if it would assist you.
Okay, what I was going to say is I suggest we almost put that issue in abeyance because it's not something that we can decide. We don't have the evidence, any evidence. So basically, in a sense, we're just looking at this as though that issue didn't exist. But if it does, I mean, we can't give ultimate planning consent until this issue has been clarified. But we can say we are minded to accept if we wish, if that is what we want to do. Obviously, if we're rejecting it, changes it as well. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. Anyway, Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm slightly concerned. This is a question to our technical officers. Is regarding paragraph 49 and policies KS11, KS12 and a potential non-compliance because of ownership of the land. Should the ownership issue present itself and the previous application was found to be invalid because the ownership or title to the land has not been established, how does that affect? It would almost vitiate any decision we make today. I think I'd like a little bit more clarity on the legal aspects of this, because it sounds like from what Councillor Phipps has just said and what some of the objectors have said is that, you know, if this roadway is too narrow and the land ownership issues, when you look at the red line, there are permissible, you know, a red line can be scaled, and sometimes the red line is only 50 mil thick when it's drawn on the ground. Sometimes a planning application I'm working on at the moment, it's actually about 2 meters wide because it's a larger scale map. There are limits of deviation, but when the limits of deviation on a red line are such that they actually cross over somebody's wall, as it actually shows in the red line plan, when you zoom in close enough on it, the red line is actually drawn over the garage wall, which would infer that you'd have to demolish the garage to get the width concerned. Now, I don't suppose you could rely on that, zooming in as far as you can into a red line plan to show the red line drawn. It could be just a drafting error, but if there is proof that this width of this road is not wide enough, then we are opening up the council to quite a horrible legal nightmare if we've granted permission on a development which doesn't have suitable access. However, I believe, I'll take advice that we could seek a derogation away from KS11 and KS12 and be minded to accept this, that whoever is going to purchase this property isn't going to be driving a transit van and they're going to be driving smart cars instead, or maybe e-bikes instead. But bearing in mind that policies KS11 and KS12 are part of the current local plan, and we can't ignore it. We're opening ourselves up to quite a challenge. I'm happy to move that we defer this until this matter is resolved further, and that further investigations are undertaken and it is brought back to this committee at a later date, because I think this is a really serious legal issue that opens this committee and this council up to a level of scrutiny which is, well, not scrutiny, criticism that we haven't investigated this where it's been flagged up. Thank you.
I also.
Well, all I would say is I would second that motion to defer.
I think you beat Councillor Challoner to it.
So,
okay, so
if I just, I was
going to make the officers again.
I was going to make one comment on deferment. So, I could say a lot, but I'll keep it very simple. So the issue we have here is the building already exists, and you're seeing from the photographs that it is nearing the point of occupation. And so the only issue with deferral is it means that the committee has not expressed a view on the acceptability of what the applicants put forward. And that can actually cause us some small difficulty when it comes to looking at all the options available to us in terms of enforcement. So the reason that we had the recommendation before you as it was if you had determined, if you had given us your indicative determination of what you wanted to happen to the application, and we'd gone away and there were no problems of land ownership, then we could have exercised that for you and everything would have been fine. If we'd have gone away and we'd not been satisfied in relation to land ownership, then nothing would have happened. But we would have known that actually the building itself, the built form, was not something you had a concern about. It was the access way and it was the land ownership issue. So it helps guide your officers as to what the key points are in terms of taking any enforcement action if that becomes relevant. The last thing I'll say, and just to make sure that obviously this meeting is live streamed outwards, the council is not going to be the people who fix the problem with land ownership. So at this moment in time, that access way exists. Any landowners who are contesting land ownership have not taken steps to change that. We as the council will not be taking steps to change that. All we're doing is looking for evidence. So I just wanted to be clear in terms of your deferral. The deferral does not mean that we will sort out the problem. The deferral means that we will ask for extra information, but it's the private landowners who have to do the proactive process of either taking back their land or disputing any ownership claims that have been made on it. The council does not do that on their behalf. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Tarling and then Councillor.
Thank you. I take on board what the officers say and absolutely understand completely what was just said then. In that case, I'm willing to amend the proposal I made, is that we delegate the powers to the officers to grant this subject to investigation of this further.
I think that's the wording of the additional proposal.
Yeah.
I think that already exists. Councillor Challoner.
I was going to raise another issue, but if we were to move to grant, then we should certainly be looking to reimpose the restriction of limited development rights.
You're at liberty to propose that when we get page. So are there any other questions on relating to the proposal not looking at the driveway issue? Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, two questions, please. First of all, does it make a difference that the application says a 2-bed, and like we heard, in effect, it probably is going to be a 3-bed? And the other question was, so the garage, the former garage door when it gets changed to a glass window, we'll look into the second, the first floor of the second to the glades. Again, that's not really mentioned in the report. It's mentioned as a 1.8 metre fence, but there still is obviously to the second story a 9 metre gap, and it's still potential overlooking. So if an officer could comment on that, thank you.
So,
Chair, in terms of the possible overlooking issue, just to clarify, our understanding is that glazed area is in fact a galleried area above the dining room and the adjacent property. So the adjacent property has a dining area facing towards the boundary fence between the two, with a galleried glazed area above. So on the basis that that's the proposed new bedroom isn't looking directly into that because there's a boundary fence in the way, we're satisfied with that relationship in terms of a privacy aspect of it.
What did I say? Was there a difference between the application being for 2 beds, but in theory it probably is a 3?
So there's Mr. Firth will correct me if I'm wrong. What's in the description, what matters is what's on the plans. So if there's a conflict between what the description says and what the plans say, then the plans prevail. So a planning permission that grants something that shows as a 3-bed property would allow the applicant to build a 3-bed property as shown on the approved plans. In effect, that would there wouldn't be any grounds for us to enforce against that where the plan showed a 3-bed house if the 2-bed house was in the description.
Okay. Chair, I'm not sure I'm totally comfortable with that view. One thing I would say, sorry, can I just finish?
I'm going to just ask the plan to be shown.
That's what that's what I was going to refer to.
So can you just show the layout plan, please?
Yeah.
Sorry, can I ask you?
Yeah, sorry, I was going to ask exactly the same comment because I think there's a plan and it's on your agenda, and that's what I was trying to take us to. And it's on page, and sorry, I'm doing my best.
145 is the one I'm looking at. I don't know whether that's the one.
Yeah, I've got one at 147, which may be the same thing. Sorry, Chairman, that's what you may well be right. Let's see if 145 says the same thing. 147 is probably a little clearer. Now, I'm not making any specific observation because I've only just looked at this myself. But sorry, I'm counting it as 147. So it sort of appears at a right angle, Chairman.
147 is the roof plan on mine.
I'm sorry, I'm seeing a 147. Mine have turned to a right angle and they're appearing as a 147. Well, perhaps the case office can endeavour to pull up a plan.
Yeah.
I'm looking at one with amendment written on it.
So just to be clear, with this, the roof plan,
See the floor, the site.
the floor plan, yeah.
Yeah.
I just want
And
to be
this
clear.
purely is a matter of factual observation rather than anything else based purely
if I
on this plan. Because I haven't seen anything else and I can't.
I'm just going to share the plan in full so that you can see it. See it in full. Sorry, here we go. Making this more complicated. Right. And okay. Sorry, well,
No, that's the roof plan.
That's the roof plan, isn't it? That's not the
We
one
want
we
the
want
floor
to see.
plan.
Okay, right. Hold on a moment. I'm going to scroll down because I believe I have got it up in another screen. There we are. There we go. So the ground floor plan. Yep,
Yeah.
which also shows
So,
the roof plan. It's all
that's
on
almost
it
impossible to see from this distance, so I
You want me to
apologise.
zoom in?
But if you were able to access it on your, there we go.
Is that
what
better?
you can see is, and they make this purely as a matter of factual statement, not for anything other reason. It still is showing 2 bedrooms now. One room is now being referenced as a home office. What I'm not able to tell you is the implications of that because I simply haven't thought about them, if I'm perfectly honest. But on a purely factual observation on that plan alone, and I haven't checked anything else, I can see that it is still showing 2 bedrooms. So on that basis alone, I would say, and there may be other things that count against this, I would say that doesn't seem to conflict with the reference in the description to 2 bedrooms. But there may be other reasons why it does conflict. And I guess ultimately what I have to say to members is, look, if you want us to check all these points out, then actually I would tend to say the best thing is to defer rather than anything else, because I'm simply not in a position to look at all this here and now. That's the bottom line.
I may be very dense, but surely what an occupant does with the rooms in their house is entirely up to them. And if they want to make every room a bedroom, or only one room a bedroom in a 6-bedroom house, I don't understand.
Chairman, my colleagues just reminded me of another point which I haven't touched on yet, and I was waiting to see if anyone raised it in anticipation they probably would, which is a reference also to another point of law, which again, I can't say I've looked at in any detail because I only came aware of the points being raised this morning, and that is, yes, in one of the statements you'd have heard reference to a case of Finney, and the suggestion that that caused a problem with the description in its own right as well. Now, I'm less convinced about that just off the top of my head, and the reason I say that is this, and I don't want to get too technical on this, but essentially what we have to recognize when you get a planning application, there are various types of planning application that can come before you as members. One of them is just a straightforward planning application. Another application relies on a power under section 73 of the Town and Country Planning Act, and what that is essentially is a permission which seeks to just revise conditions on the permission, and they are prospective changes, and by that I mean those changes have not yet occurred. However, if we're talking about a situation where some of the works have already happened in breach of those conditions, that doesn't rely on the power under section 73. That relies under the power under section 73A of the Town and Country Planning Act. Now, the reason I'm explaining that all to you is because Finney is a case which involved a wind turbine, and it was a prospective application under section 73 where someone was proposing to make a change. And what the court said is, when you're talking about a section 73 application, i.e. a change that has not yet happened, but we're proposing to make the change, then you cannot alter the description of the development. That is what the courts have said as far as an application under section 73. My understanding of this application, it is not a straightforward application just under section 73. At the very least, it is potentially a hybrid application involving section 73 and section 73A. Now, off the top of my head, I am not aware of any case that says you can't alter a description if it involves an application under section 73A relying on that particular power. I don't know if that makes any sense to everyone. It is a complex point of law, and I've done my best to summarise what is a complicated point of law. Failed, thank you. The long and short of it is, Chairman, as best I can, and it's not something I've looked in and I looked at other than having about 5 minutes this morning, I would, on the basis purely of the Finney case, my personal view at this moment is there's not a problem with the description on the basis of Finney. What I'm not doing is giving you a definitive view because I haven't had time to think about it in any great detail. Again, it's something, if you were really concerned about, the correct approach would be to defer the decision, and we could have a look at it further.
Councillor Challoner.
Thank you, Chair. Just one thing. Given that the initial approval didn't state the removal of PDR, had the applicant wanted to convert their garage to a bedroom in this space, would that have been allowable under that?
Chair, so there's a condition on the permission issued which talks about retention of parking areas and spaces. So we would ordinarily interpret that as covering the garage as well as the parking and external spaces. So no, we don't believe there'd be a fallback position to convert the garage at a later date if they'd reverted back to original permission.
So, any more questions? Otherwise, we move on to the debate. Right, we move on to debate. Anyone want to express an opinion or some thoughts? Yes, Councillor Kenneman.
I just want to come back to Councillor Tarling's point. I can't see any overriding reason why we would reject it as a planning application. My concern is not the design of it. It's the possible consequences in terms of the impact on the authority, the risk to the authority, by not ensuring that we've ticked all the relevant legal boxes. So that's my concern. So if the solution to that is delegating it to the officers to make sure those boxes are correctly ticked, then I'm quite content with it. I can't see anything in the actual design of the application in terms of the configuration of the building. I can't see anything in there that would cause me particular concern, but it's the more legal aspects that just I worry about.
Yeah.
Sorry to.
Councillor Canavan, can you do your mic?
Yes, thank you. Councillor Canavan has just sort of summed up very clearly. I think my mind's done about 3 revolutions at the moment with all the legal speak. But I expect other members are probably in a similar situation. But yeah, Councillor Canavan's really just summed up, I think, what my original proposal was that we were minded to grant it, but that we delegate the authority to the officers to investigate this issue relating to or as laid out effectively, but the land ownership issues and also the reserve matters as well.
Perhaps it'd be appropriate to ask
somebody who's not as tired as me.
Reread what he read at the start.
We're amending the recommendation that was previously set out on page 138 of the published agenda. So the new recommendation is that powers be delegated to the head of planning to approve the application subject to officers having satisfied themselves as to position regarding any certificate of ownership and land issues. The second element is that we are happy with all the other aspects of the application, including the description of development. And then we also need to make sure that we've got the completed deed of variation of the existing section 106 agreement. And we also need to make sure that the conditions as are set out within the published report or as might be to be amended to address any issues that have come up after the committee. So that's the new recommendation before you. That doesn't capture your comments made by Councillor Challoner,
which was about permitted development rights. I was just trying to get to the conditions to see whether there's anything already in them, and I haven't got there yet. Can one of the officers help on that?
Chair, you're referring to the removal of PD rights?
Yes.
So that's not in the recommendation at the moment. So that would need to be part of the motion to add that as part of the delegation.
Thank you. Right. So I think there's a mover coming up somewhere.
Yeah, I have already moved that, and I did add in the permitted development rights.
Right.
In my statement of my motion.
Okay, and seconder.
I was just going to add one thing that actually, if you had a situation where we granted permission and delegated that authority, that actually according to Ford's website, there is enough space on the bit of land which is actually undisputed for a Ford Transit van to get up there plus 30 centimetres. So.
I don't think we need to get hung up on transit vans, frankly.
So if I could just explain, I can't predict every different scenario, but just to address what you said head on. So with the recommendation before you, delegating the powers with the clarification of what's happening, the section 106, the conditions including the restriction of permitted development rights, what we're looking to do is to check before we make any decision that we can implement a decision based on the plans that are before you today. If, having undertaken those checks, it comes to light that there are land ownership issues, which means those plans cannot be implemented as they are today, then we will not be making a decision. The application will have to come back to you as a committee. So you will retain control. You're only giving us delegated powers to determine the application on the basis of the plans that you've seen today. You're not giving us carte blanche to do anything that goes beyond what you've seen today in terms of the plans that are before you.
Okay, so we've got a proposer. I'm not sure we've formally got a seconder, although I think there are people itching to do it. Thank you, Councillor Challen. Right, so we'll put it to the vote. Those who wish to give to grant planning permission with all these caveats and conditions, vote now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
That, I think, is unanimous.
Thank you. I need to declare a connection to one of the speakers here. I do know him personally, but not that close that I think it will colour my judgment on the application to be decided here. I did discuss with you just outside of the meeting earlier.
You did, and I'm very happy that you should participate in the normal way.
Thank you, Madam
But thank you for declaring it.
Thank you. So 103 Wick Lane is a householder application. It's before committee today due to the number of representations received. The application is for alterations and a single-storey extension to the dwelling house, rendered to match the existing house. And the alterations proposed comprise the erection of a porch canopy and replacement windows to the dwelling house. You can see here a location plan with the applicant site outlined in red. It's located in the southern corner of Wick Village Conservation Area, again shown here in red. It's also in the setting of Grade 2 listed properties shown here in the shaded section on the plans on the left-hand side. So we have Tranquility and Quality Cottage and the Wells House. You can see here the house as shown on the existing plans. It's of modern appearance. The property has UPVC windows. The ground floor section of the front elevation is rendered, and there's an existing pitch roof timber garage to the side of the dwelling, which will be replaced with the proposed side extension, and there is a driveway in front of this. It's noted that although not yet shown on the image, some of the windows have already been replaced as per the application with casement windows. This has been included as part of the application, but can also be done under permitted development. You can see here the existing elevations provided with the application. For clarity, the shaded area shows the rear extension recently completed under permitted development, so it's part of the existing site and not part of the proposal. Here are the existing floor plans. Here you can see the proposed elevations. The design is considered sympathetic to the existing house. The windows proposed match the size and the materials of the replacement windows on the main house. The facade is proposed with render to match the main house, and the roof tiles are proposed to match the main house, with the pitch roof considered sympathetic to the roof of the main dwelling house. Considering heritage, the heritage officer has also assessed the proposal and raised no objection. The canopy porch proposed, which you can see in the front elevation drawing, is considered to be modest and appropriate to the character of window to be a small enhancement, given that they are in keeping with the rural village character of the surroundings. Whilst they are proposed as UPVC casement windows, given that the existing windows on the house are UPVC, it's considered to be acceptable in this case. Concerning residential amenity, there's no windows proposed on the side elevation of the proposed garage. and views from the rear window would be directed towards the applicant garden, with secondary views of neighbouring plots screened by a brick wall and this mature tree. Considering the size of the extension, at a single storey and setback from the front building line, it's considered to be acceptably subservient. The extension is stepped in further from the side boundary than the existing garage, therefore in this sense would open up space between the built form of 103 Wick Lane and the boundary, and in turn between the built form of 103 Wick Lane and the neighbouring listed properties. Overall, the scale of the extension is considered fairly modest and not dominating to the nearby listed buildings or overbearing towards their occupants. You can see a sizable tree shown on the plans here. Tree information was submitted with the application, and the tree protection measures were judged to be acceptable by the council tree officer, who concluded there would be no harm to trees on site resulting from the proposal. Overall, therefore, the assessment raises no concerns about neighbouring privacy or about trees. The design is considered to be appropriately subservient and sympathetic to the main dwelling house. Considering heritage assets, the scale of the proposal is not considered to be dominating, and the casement windows are considered to be a small enhancement in keeping with the area's character. This proposal is therefore recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Eden. So we have some speakers in person, I believe.
We do, thank you, Chair. We have Simon Truick, first of all, who's speaking in objection on behalf of Mr. J. O'Connell. So you have up to 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members. My name is Simon Truick, Director of Planning at Intelligent Land Planning and Development Consultants, but speaking today actually on behalf of a group of neighbouring residents to this application, including critically the occupiers of all 3 listed buildings just referred to. The Wick Conservation Area is a rare example of an original village which predated the establishment of the settlement of Bournemouth as a Victorian resort. The village originally dates from the 1300s, but even today, despite modern development, the village character is readily apparent, most notably around the green. The conservation area contains a number of important listed buildings which reflect and contribute to the character of the historic village, of which the pair of modest 19th century cottages, referred to as Quality and Tranquility, and also the dwelling at the Well House, are arguably the most prominent examples. The National Planning Policy Framework states that heritage assets, including listed buildings, are an irreplaceable resource and should be conserved in a manner appropriate to their significance, so that they can be enjoyed for their contribution to the quality of life of both existing and future generations. The framework defines the significance of these assets as deriving not only from their physical presence, but also from their setting, which is defined in the framework as the surroundings in which a heritage asset is experienced. Its extent is not fixed and may change as the asset and its surroundings evolve. In the case of the application before you, it is the significance of the setting of 3 valuable listed buildings which has not, in our view, been adequately addressed by your officers in their assessment of this application. At first look, it might be considered that what is before you is a modest single-storey side extension, and indeed that is broadly what has been assessed in the officer report. What has not been adequately assessed, however, is the impact of this extension, together with the fairly large rear extension already built, an existing outbuilding and a summer house, all within the dwelling's curtilage, and the combined effect that these have on the setting of the listed cottages and house. This is very adequately demonstrated in photographs that I've submitted to you, and I do apologise for any alarm caused to the head of planning for sending those yesterday, but it was simply to allow you to refer to the issues that we raise. These show the visual context of the curtilage of the 2 cottages, a view entirely now of built development. In this respect, the more modern dwelling at number 103 already creates a juxtaposition with the historic cottages and should not therefore be used as an appropriate context to allow further modern additions adjacent to the listed cottages. This extension may replace in part an existing garage. However, the true effect is to replace a modest wooden building with a much larger and higher extension, completely infilling the visual gap between number 103 and the cottages at Tranquility and Quality. The combined coverage of existing and proposed built development at 103 equates to almost 40% of the total curtilage of the property and serves to create a suburban style of dwelling in immediate proximity to the more rural listed cottages. In these respects, this application is no different to those you have recently refused. The officer assessment of this application appears to rest with the relatively modern nature of the dwelling at 103. However, the proper focus of assessment, in line with national and local policy, should be on the important heritage assets adjacent to the application property and the impact of further development on the setting of these listed buildings. In the light of this, on behalf of our clients, we would respectfully request that you consider this application in its proper context, having regard to the setting of the listed dwellings which support the historic character of Wick Village, and refuse consent for this application. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you.
And
there's another speaker.
So speaking in support is Sarah Smith on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you, Chairman. Members. The applicant, Mrs. P. Burns, is pleased to see that the recommendation to members is to approve the application, subject to conditions, and I am here today to speak in support. I work for Chapman Lilly Planning as a senior planner with over 15 years' experience in the planning domain. The proposed development is for a single-storey extension to the dwelling house, the installation of a porch canopy and replacement windows. The site is located in a residential location within the Wick Village Conservation Area and adjacent to 3 listed buildings. The application follows a previous refusal that sought a 2-storey side extension, a single-storey rear extension and the formation of a new roof. Since that refusal, as well as undertaking pre-application inquiries, the application has sought to work proactively with your officers to secure a favourable recommendation. The evolution of the proposal has seen a significant reduction in the scale and mass of the extensions sought. In their assessment of the proposal, your officers described the modest nature of the proposed extension being entirely subservient to the main dwelling and step back from the front building line and set off from the boundary by circa 2.4 metres and replacing existing wooden structures. A statement prepared by Intelligent Land has been circulated on behalf of the adjoining residents. Notwithstanding the fact that it contains an unauthorised photograph from a drone, it seems to infer that the application has not been considered in its context of the nearby listed buildings and their setting in the historic Wick Village. On the contrary, it has been assessed as being a sympathetic replacement which is set further away than the existing structures to be demolished and taken up significantly less than half the curtilage of built form on the plot. It is concluded that it will not be dominating in its setting. The proposal, as identified by your officers, will sit comfortably within its context and will not be harmful to the character and appearance of the area or harmful to the Wick Village Conservation Area. It should also be noted, and of importance, is that the Council's Heritage Officer has assessed the proposal and raised no objection. The proposal does not result in detrimental overlooking or loss of privacy to neighbouring properties being set further back from the shared boundary than the existing garage and adhering to the existing rear building line. The Council's tree officer raises no objections subject to compliance with the tree information that supports the application. In summary, and as set out in the committee report, the proposed single-storey extension is considered to be respectful of the host dwelling house and suitably subservient. The porch is similarly considered appropriate. The existing property has modern UPVC windows and their continued use in the extension is therefore acceptable. The applicant is seeking to enhance the livability of her dwelling by providing a ground 4-bedroom with ensuite for an elderly parent and visiting grandchildren. On behalf of the applicant, I request that members of the committee support the officer recommendation and approve the application. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe we've got no ward councillors with us or any submission from them. So we come on to questions from members, if any. Councillor Martin.
Just a couple of questions. There's replacement windows. I think I've misunderstood. I thought there was going to be replacement windows. I just wondered if they would be more energy efficient new windows. Okay. So we have to be mindful of green now.
I think the difficult, we'd be guessing, so we might guess there might be, but we wouldn't know. So I don't think we could rely upon anything here.
Just a point, the other thing that worried me as well is this is a reduction of the original application. If we grant this, would they want to extend further in future?
It'll be a separate planning application, and we, as is always made clear, we assess things on their merits. So yeah. It's possible. We can't predict the future, but we don't have to accept it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Hillier.
Thank you, Chair. On that point, so obviously we saw the picture where there's obviously the extension at the back, the conservatory or whatever. Then there's the existing garage, which has been a while. I think there's 2 more sheds. So just to give an understanding, what is allowed under permitted developments, or what is allowed, like a shed, or is that just allowed to be built? And then lastly, could, as we heard in the previous one, could we a condition that permitted developments are given up? Thank you.
So we need to know, particularly for the conservation area.
Yeah, so being in the conservation area changes what you can normally do under permitted development. So all forms of side extension to the dwelling need planning permission because it's within the conservation area. It's what they call Article 2.3 land in the regulations. In terms of outbuildings, it's very difficult to describe. What it says in the technical guidance is you cannot put an outbuilding beyond the side elevations, but it's in effect a zone occupied by the side elevation. So if you imagine it's in the back garden, it's fine. It can sit beyond. I'm going to try and describe that by pointing at the screen just for your benefit. If you can imagine, what the regulations say is if you had an outbuilding, it could sit beyond the side elevation if it was in this bottom corner here or in this bottom corner here. But what it can't do is sit in a zone between the side elevations towards the boundary. So we couldn't put an outbuilding there, couldn't put an outbuilding there, but you could put an outbuilding subject to the other criteria. I hope that's as best as I can explain it.
And just on the point, so obviously permitted development rights have been used to build out back. Can they build any more? You've said they can't do anything on the side without an application, but can they go out back anymore? Thank you.
So overall, there's a limit of 50% coverage of the curtilage. So that's all buildings. So so within that red line, what they can't go over is a 50% site coverage, which includes the house itself and the outbuildings.
I see no more questions, so we're on to debate.
I think I'd just like to clarify that last point that Councillor Hilliard raised. Are we saying then that we would like to put some restriction on or not? It seems to me like that would be a reasonable compromise. But I don't think I heard an answer, specific answer to the question, only what may or may not happen, and 50% sounds like a lot.
So that's a judgment for us. We don't recommend that you need to do that because the 50% in order to remove permitted development rights, there needs to be exceptional reasons for us to want to do that. So what would be the exceptional reasons to prevent another outbuilding being built in the back garden of this more modern property? I think that's the question to you, Chair.
Thank you. So anyone want to open the debate? Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. It's a tricky one, and obviously we've got the history. So a two-storey side extension was refused, and we've got the background to why it was refused, the conservation area. So come back with just a single-storey extension, not too excessively big. The heritage officer obviously initially raised some clarification on some points. They've come back and they're happy. So I can see no reason to not to approve this.
I'm inclined to agree, and since people don't seem minded to debate, I'm happy to move that we accept. Thank you. So, voting. Those who are happy to accept, please vote now.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's unanimous.
Thank you.
I have a connection to the applicant, so I will be leaving this meeting. Thank you.
Madam Chair, may we have a 5-minute comfort break, please?
We can.
Thank you.
Literally 5 minutes, yes. So welcome back to the last item, or last two items on the agenda for today, both relating to the same property at Herne Court. So can we have the presentation, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Can you confirm that you can, please?
We can. I can't hear you very loudly.
Okay, I will try and speak up. Turn my volume up. Is that any better?
A bit. You'll just have to shout. Sorry.
Okay, I will do. Okay, yeah, so here we have two applications at Herne Court. One is of 9 electric vehicle charging posts and repair of the casement windows within the 3rd floor dormers. And then the listed building application involves the wiring in connection with the provision of the electrical vehicle charging posts, replacement hoppers and downpipes, and the repair of the casement windows within the dormers. So I'm going to do one presentation, but members will need to make separate votes on the two applications at the end. Moving on to the location plan, Herne Court is a Grade 2 star listed building. It's located south of Bournemouth Airport within extensive landscaped grounds, and the building has been converted into flats along with the stables surrounding the property and some other new development when the building was converted. As a listed building, any alterations which affect its special architectural or historic interest and or its fabric require listed building consent. And given the use as flats within the building, some of the works, such as the works to the casement windows, also require the planning permission. In terms of the EVCPs, there are 9 electrical posts proposed. We have 1 to the front of the building. You can see my cursor up here, 5 to the rear down here, and then 3 to the west of the main building. The posts are constructed of oak and will stand 90 centimetres high. And from the site plan, you can show the wiring routes within the listed building. Just some photographs showing where the posts are going. So one alongside this hedge to the front of the building. This is at the rear, where you can see the existing kind of parking spaces. There'll be one in front of each. And then we have 3 to the south of 31 Herne Court, which lies to the west of the main building. In terms of the replacement hoppers and downpipes, they will consist of cast iron and are painted to match the existing ones. They are slightly larger than the existing pipes on the building. But this will increase their capacity to deal with the rainwater from the building. So the top photographs shows the replacement, the pipe to be replaced, which you can see here. And again, on the side elevation, these 2 are also to be replaced. Okay, again, just some more photos showing on the rear, this one in the top photograph is to be replaced, and then this short one on this wall here. Moving to the replacement casement windows on the 3rd floor, as you can see annotated to D on this photograph. It is the intention, if possible, to repair the sash windows and insert the Slimlite double glazing. But however, if they cannot be repaired, they would be replaced. And you can see from the report, the consideration has been given to this matter. The existing windows are circa 1990s, and therefore there is no loss of a historic fabric associated with these works. And just some elevations of the windows. Any new casements will maintain very similar proportions to the existing casements, and therefore not considered to harm the character of the listed building. And just north elevation, which is the front of the building, and these are the windows to be repaired or replaced, and then the new downpipe. Just for clarification, this window is highlighted in red. Going to be doing some repairs to that window, but that does not need listed building consent, so does not form part of this application. So in conclusion, excuse me, the loss of historic fabric resulting from the wiring of the EVCPs into the building is considered to be very minor. The less than substantial harm, however, is outweighed by the benefits to the environment of incorporating these facilities for electric cars and for the provision of the residents of the flats. All of the proposals are considered to be acceptable and do not adversely affect the special interest and character of this listed building or its setting. Therefore, both applications are recommended for approval with the conditions as set out in the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms Maudsley. Okay, so we haven't got any speakers, either in person or written submissions, so straight away to questions, if any. If none, to the debate. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. So obviously we've got Historic England raising no objections. We've got the BCP Conservation Officer raising no objection to both applications. So if you want to do it separately, but I'm happy to propose.
We have to take them to technically on the vote.
So the first one about the EV, I'm happy to propose as set out.
Yeah, when I say separately, it's not the two. It's that one is the general application and one is the listed building. So it's the same issues. It's not that we're doing the EV on one and then the replacement windows or whatever in the other. It's everything.
Yeah, understood. So yeah, happy to propose the first application.
Okay.
Set out.
And I'm happy to say. Sorry, that didn't sound very good, did it? Whoops. So
you're voting on the first application, yes, and you're voting to go along with the officer recommendation as set out in the papers.
We are, yes. Okay, so those who wish to go along with that recommendation and accept that recommendation, vote now, please.
That's unanimous.
Thank you. And now we move on to the listed building application, which is basically the same application, but there is the concern about slight damage to the historic building by the having to push the wiring in. That seems to be the only possible issue on that respect, as far as I can see. So, do we have a proposal for that? Councillor.
That's opposed to approve, presumably.
Yeah. Yeah. So again, we turn to the vote. Those in favour?
Okay, that's unanimous again.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everybody. It's been a long day, but I think we've made some good decisions. Sorry? Yes. So we're now